Welcome to the Calexico City Council, Calexico Redevelopment Successor Agency, Calexico Financing Authority, Planning Commission. Meeting is now in session. Call to order at 6:32 p.m. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Noricumbo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi,
Present.
Councilmember Thailenda,
Here.
Councilmember Marquez,
Present.
Councilmember Calderon.
Present.
We have quorum.
Okay, thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing for the invocation. Pastor Cesena, thank you.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we are very grateful for your many blessings and the opportunity to serve you and our community. And now we ask that you give us the wisdom through your Holy Spirit, that every decision, that everything is done accordingly to your will. Thank you for what you have done and what you be doing through us. We pray for the city of Calexico. We pray for our leaders. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Please be seated. Closed session announcements, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have one report from closed session. On the case in closed session, the council unanimously approved a settlement agreement in the case of the city of Calexico via the Housing Authority of the city of Calexico. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We move on to the approval of the agenda. Do we have any comments, or do we have a motion?
I motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Now we will move on to presentations, and we're going to start with our proclamation. And our first proclamation is memorializing Mrs. Isabelle Peron.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi, could you start, please?
Yes. Whereas we come together to remember and honor a local businesswoman of over 30 years that left a lasting impact with our business community.
Whereas it is fitting and proper to celebrate Miss Isabelle Peron's tremendous impact of philanthropy, volunteerism, and community service to the city of Calexico.
Whereas Ms. Isabelle Peron was a trailblazer entrepreneur who shattered barriers and led with unwavering strength, integrity, and established the following successful businesses. 1965 to 1975, Distribuidores El Rey, which she owned with her husband Luigi Peron. 1971 to 1999, Isabelle's Boutique. 1975 to 1984, Pinky's.
Whereas Isabelle Peron loved working hard, helping others, and giving back to her community. Whereas Ms. Peron was born on December 17, 1937, and left this earth on March 25, 2025, not without leaving a gentle yet powerful presence, radiating love and resilience, and a family that continues to care for the well-being of this community.
Now therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Calexico hereby expresses its deepest sympathy at the passing of Isabelle Peron, and by this proclamation memorializes her for her unwavering dedication as a distinguished citizen of the City of Calexico. And we would like to invite the family of Ms. Isabelle Peron to please come up and accept this proclamation. Okay, we will move on now to the proclamation honoring the 117th anniversary of the city of Calexico.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
we have a speaker.
Okay, for the proclamation?
Yes.
Okay.
Roslyn Guerrero.
Good afternoon. Rosalind Guerrero, resident of El Centro, California, and a member of the Women's Improvement Club of Calexico for over 28 years. I'd also like to introduce to you other members of the Calexico Club. Please, would you please stand? We're here today to congratulate the city on your 117th anniversary. We too are also 117 years old. We were established in 1908. We've been here for quite a long time. Most people will recognize us, some of us, some won't. And what I'd like to do is just share a little bit of history with you. And our clubhouse was built in 1939, so it's been there for quite some time. When Calexico first started, which was in 1908, the Women's Improvement Club created the first library here in Calexico. After that, they built a water fountain on 2nd Street in Pollen, planted trees at schools, and did some fundraising. Over the years, like I said, we've been here 117 years. We're still going strong. We continue our fundraising for scholarships each year. We give $2,000 scholarships to students for a period of 4 years, which is $500 increments while they're in school. We also do fundraising for our clubhouse for maintenance and repair. Again, we're here to just say congratulations for 117 years, and please consider us for any activities that you may have within the city. We'd be more than glad to participate with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy birthday to the Women's Improvement Club as well. Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi?
Yes. Whereas the Calexico began a 10th city of the Imperial Land Company founded in 1899, and the Imperial Land Company converted desert land into a fertile setting for year-round agriculture, and
Whereas Calexico was incorporated on April 16, 1908, and this year observes its 117th anniversary, and whereas the name of the city of Calexico is a portmanteau of California and Mexico, and
Whereas in 1907, Imperial County split from San Diego County, becoming California's 58th county. And on April 16, 1908, Calexico became the third city in the Imperial County. And whereas Calexico's population has grown over the years, starting at 797 in 1910, rising to 6,223 by 1920, and reaching 38,633 in 2020, and is now the second largest city in the Imperial County.
Whereas the history of Calexico endures and gives powerful testimony about the resiliency and of its residents and the capability and desire to prosper, and whereas Calexico continues to address environmental, social, and economical regional concerns to ensure and improve quality of life and economic growth throughout a vital contribution of its residents.
Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Calexico do hereby proclaim April 16, 2025 as the 117th anniversary of the City of Calexico, and henceforth the month of April will be recognized and celebrated by all with pride and optimism. Mr. Rick Daniels, who's our current interim city manager, would you like to receive this proclamation on our behalf?
Broadly. I'm not 117.
Okay, and item number 4, proclamation honoring Joe Buchanan for 23 years of service to the City of Calexico. Mr. Buchanan could not be present here today, but we're going to read his proclamation and make sure he receives it.
Whereas the Calexico City Council believes that it is important that we honor and acknowledge those people who contribute to the citizens of the City of Calexico, and
Whereas the Calexico City Council here today expresses its appreciation to Joe Buck Buchanan and honor him for his distinguished 23-year career with the City of Calexico and dedicated service to the residents of Calexico, and
Whereas Buck began his career with the City of Calexico in 2002, where he held the following positions throughout his years of service: 2002, Automotive Attendant; 2006, Mechanic 1; 2017, Mechanic 2; 2017, Interim Supervisor, Fleet Maintenance; 2018, Supervisor of Fleet Maintenance.
Whereas after giving the City of Calexico 23 years of dedicated service, Buck decided to retire on March 31st, 2025 to spend time with his family. And whereas the City of Calexico wishes to honor Joe Buck Buchanan for his dedication and distinguished services to the citizens of this great city and commemorates his many years of service. But I do want to mention something about Buck. I went to school with Buck, and between 1980 and 1981, he was MVP for football and baseball. A very good athlete, to say the least. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Calexico wishes to express its sincere appreciation to Joe Buck Buchanan for his loyalty to the City of Calexico, and wish him much happiness as he begins this exciting new chapter in his life. We can have a round of applause. Okay, we are going to Mrs. Azul Trujillo on item number 6 is out in competition, so we are going to skip item number 5. And now we go to item number 6, a presentation by Tim Kelly, Imperial Valley Economic Development Corporation Program Update, a head grant Jobs First initiative.
Madam Mayor, Honorable Council, Interim City Manager Rick Daniels, friends from Calexico, Rosalind Guerrero, Mark Peroni, Mr. Gonzalez, and Louis Wong, who I saw in the audience tonight. People that I've worked with for many years and have made this city great. I really appreciated seeing your mission statement today. I think that the council is moving in the right direction, living up to that mission statement. I have a quick presentation about Imperial Valley Economic Development Corporation, of which the City of Calexico is a member. And I thank you for your investment, and I call it an investment because we expect you to see a return on your investment. So really quickly, we are a 501c6 economic development corporation. We also run many different initiatives, including Imperial Regional Alliance and the Brawley Community Foundation and others that show a great impact on the community. So I just want to first of all talk about what we do. And first of all, when I was hired almost 20 years ago, our main role was business attraction to the Imperial County. So it's external marketing, taking this show on the road and trying to bring investors to our community. We do this by working with site selectors. We package incentives, due diligence, land acquisition, permitting, workforce development, until we get a project under construction. The top industries that we work on, and by the way, almost all of these are industry clusters that I started working on almost 20 years ago, with the exception of recycling. So all the talk today is about data centers, and I could be glad to talk about that, but I actually started working on those about 20 years ago. We're currently working on about 5 data centers in the Imperial County. Recycling is a new industry cluster for us, although we were instrumental in developing the RMDZ, which is Recycling Material Development Zone. And with what we're seeing in renewable energy, with solar, with wind and everything else, batteries, recycling has a great opportunity in the Imperial County. Services that we provide, there's one mistake on here. It says $20 billion investment. It's actually $10 billion. It's actually $20 billion in investment. And over 20 years, it averages out to about $1 billion a year. Some a little bit more, some a little bit less. But if you look at the jobs that are created in the Imperial County, and a lot of those are construction jobs, but still a lot of those are full-time jobs. And of course, the successful projects over 50, I think that's a very conservative estimate, including the mayor's project in El Centro, which we helped do with your financing. Strategic partners throughout our region, throughout the state, and throughout the nation. We have direct communication with those organizations. I'd be glad to name any of those. But in particular, I want to name Team California, California Association of Economic Development, because I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about those. But if you look at what the services that we provide are pretty broad, and over time we've had to expand the services because we've identified gaps in our community, and we've had to fill those gaps. And so I think we're doing a very good job with the staff that we have. And over time, as we've cross-trained our staff, we can pretty much service any type of project in the Imperial County. I thank you for attending our annual dinner this year. I think you learned a lot about IVDC, those that were able to attend from Calexico. And in particular, I want to talk about one project that's new to IVDC. And I want to let you know why I ran for City Council for the City of Brawley. Because I realized how difficult it was to give money to the cities. We've had several opportunities, not only in Calexico, but others, where we literally brought dollars to the city and it was not accepted. I ran for City Council for that reason, because I know that I had the opportunity to bring investment to your community, and that the cities would not accept it. And so I think I'm in a position today to sit at the table with you and to be able to discuss the opportunities. This grant in particular is an opportunity through the Federal Home Loan Bank, and our sponsor is Sun Community Federal Credit Union. Team California is our partner. And in this grant, we provide membership for Calexico for Team California, the statewide marketing organization, of which I was the previous chair. We have five cities in the Imperial County that are participants, including Calexico. And what we will do with this grant is, first of all, with Team California, you can participate in trade shows. We're actually going to pay for one trade show or one conference, which is Meet the Consultants Forum, which will be held in Contra Costa this year. We'll also be paying for 2 conferences that you can attend or trade shows, and those trade shows will be of your choice. We'll work on that together. One coming up is in May, the International Council of Shopping Centers, but another ICSC will be in Palm Springs. We'll make a big effort on that. And so we'll be paying for your registration to attend. But in order to attend, you really need to be prepared. And so part of that is having properties that you can market. We're going to be providing software to your city. We're going to be able to place a minimum of 5 properties on that website that we can market, not only for Calexico, IVDC, and Team California. And we'll be taking that on the road. There's also going to be some technical assistance we'll be providing, and that will be for understanding a lot of different programs are available to Calexico that I know how busy the staff are, and sometimes learning about new programs is difficult, and so we'll bring those programs to you and see if it's an interest of the city of Calexico, and I'll be talking about one of those in just a second. The California Jobs First is an initiative that we've been working on for 2 years. I've been on the committee, and it's really been a challenge here in the Imperial County. To be honest with you, I stayed on this committee out of spite, because I was not going to let it fail. But where we are today, that IVDC and San Diego Regional EDC and San Diego are taking the lead in moving this program forward. We'll be coming back to you looking for projects to invest in the city of Calexico, with an emphasis on infrastructure in the industry clusters that are in the Jobs First program for Imperial County and San Diego. We completed the CEDS document, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategic Plan, in September. The Jobs First initiative was also accepted to accompany our CEDS document by the state of California and the federal government. So we'll be working close on that and bringing that to your attention. And so I want to remind you that what we're going to be doing is bringing funding for the city of Calexico. You need to identify projects, infrastructure projects, and I think a good project is infrastructure, a program, and probably something, well, I should say, and something that's going to create jobs. So if we can work on that together, we'll see what dollars we can bring to the city of Calexico. And there's going to be 2 rounds of funding. The first round the first opportunity is closed. There's going to be 2 more rounds after that. But within the program that I'm applying for, I can probably incorporate some programs into Calexico. So the next thing I want to talk about is California Economic Development, California Association of Local Economic Development, which is a member-based organization statewide. The city of Calexico has been a member of this organization in the past. I'm not sure if you are today. I don't think you are. It's a great organization, and you're familiar with League of Cities and CSAC and RCRC. CalEd also provides advocacy for the cities, and so the key is local economic development. And so I encourage your membership in this, and the reason why is because they have a program. Their 501c3 is called the Academy, which provides a lot of different programs. But in particular, the California Enterprise Development Authority, which is under their nonprofit, the 501c3, which can issue tax-exempt bonds to businesses and nonprofits in their community, and a new program called the BAND program, BAND program, in which you could use PACE financing for local government. And so you own property, you can actually bond against that property, but you can also offer the bond financing with no impact on the city, doesn't affect your credit rating, and basically all the liabilities on the business that applies. In order to participate in this tax increment finance or tax exempt financing, you just need to become a member of the JPA, which I will present a proclamation, and that's all it takes. That's voted on by the city council to say you want to participate. If you never use it, you don't have to. But if the opportunity comes and somebody needs bond financing, and just to let you know, for the bond financing for businesses, the sweet spot is between, I think the maximum is 20 million and above 2 million. Above 20 million is where iBank kicks in, so that's why it was designed that way. For nonprofits, it's unlimited. So a lot of projects, community projects, which could be a church, a school, things like that. Nonprofits could apply for this funding, and with no impact on the city. So all it takes is as I mentioned, is passing a resolution to join the Joint Powers Authority. You have to be a member of CalEd, and the cost of being a member for a community like yours is probably less than $1,000. And each additional member is about $100. And so I wanted to bring that to your attention because this is a great program that can help finance projects in your city. Finally, I just wanted to bring up the Imperial Valley Economic and Energy Summit, which is going to be held June 11th and 12th. And the first, actually on the 10th, we're going to have a reception at the Cambria Hotel. There could be some pre-conference there. The 11th will be a full-day conference on the 12th. We're going to focus on workforce training. We're going to focus on the Jobs First initiative. We'll have consultants there to assist you. And we started a new organization called Empower Imperial Valley. And that organization is made up of entities throughout the county that can provide services to you. So we welcome you to come to that, and we'll provide more information in the future. So I explained to you what IVDC is, what we do. I just want to let you know we attend probably over 25 trade shows a year. The next trade show I'll be attending is in a couple weeks in Washington, D.C., Select USA, marketing for the Imperial Valley. And pretty much, as I mentioned, about 20 different trade shows per year. It's expensive, and that's why your investment helps us to pay for our marketing efforts to bring investment back to the community. So with that being said, if there's any questions, we'd love to answer them this time, and I really appreciate the time that we had today.
I don't have any questions, but thank you for showing up and giving us the
Thank you
presentation.
very much.
I just wanted to point out that the city of Calexico doesn't currently have an economic development department, so I believe this is a good opportunity to where we can have the assistance of the IVEDC to assist the city in bringing in new businesses thereby creating jobs and making our economy better. So that's what this presentation is about. So I appreciate you coming out and letting us know that you have this available for us, and I think we'll certainly look into it.
So one other thing is I just request that communication is a two-way street, and so we do request that we have at least two people, minimum of two people from Calexico that we can communicate with. Your planning department would be good because we're working a lot with real estate, but anybody else you desire, of course, Mr. Rick Daniels, but if there's somebody else you would like, we want to have that constant communication. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I might,
Yes.
I've known Tim in his current position for 30 years, or enough to have his gray hair. Tim is considered one of the most talented economic developers in the state of California. The program he's laid out fits so dead center with the city council identifying economic development as their number 2 priority goal. But it requires a commitment of time on the part of the city councilors to fully take advantage of all the benefits that are there. But it's a tremendous organization.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniels.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 7. Receive and file 2023-24 audited financial statement.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and members of the audience. Tonight we have Mr. Andrew Roth from the Fund Group, and he will be presenting this item.
Good evening. We've got a presentation. Good evening, Mayor and fellow City Council members.
Can you close the door, please?
Is there a way to straighten that at all, or is it? No worries. So we're here tonight to talk about the financial statements for the year ended June 30th, 2024. A couple things we're going to go through is some required communications required for the auditing standards. Some audit responsibilities, that's going to be management as well as the auditor's responsibility as part of the overall audit. It's a general overview of the financial statements and some key financial indicators and pension and OPEB information. And then the audit results we'll go through. So So some required communication from us include that we are independents, that we complied with all relevant requirements regarding independence during the audit. Significant accounting policies are the main policies that management used to put these financial statements together, and that is going to be found within Note 1. Within Note 1, it also does note each year GASB's coming out with new statements, and this year there was a new statement. It was GASB 100. There was accounting changes and error corrections. It was more of a presentation of GASB as opposed to, like last year was the subscription-based IT arrangements, and the previous year was Lisa. So it was nothing that changed the numbers, it's just how it's presented. In this case, if you look at the financial statements, when we're moving, like in the governmental funds, there's funds that go from major to non-major. Now they do have like a beginning balance, that fund balance that goes from the prior year, and when you move them around, you'll be able to note that. So it looks a little different, but not a big change. Significant estimates are required by management to prepare these financial statements. Some of these estimates include fair value on investments, the depreciation on capital assets, that's going to be your useful life, how long an asset's going to last for, and then also the actuarially determined assumptions for both OPEB and net pension liability. Going through some significant disclosures, we've discussed Note 1. Note 3 is going to be your lease receivable note. 10 and 11, those are going to be kind of your pension and OPEB notes, which since there are larger amounts, they're pretty detailed notes. Your Note 12 is going to be commitments and contingencies. That's going to be any kind of like construction commitments or any kind of potential liabilities that are out there. And then Note 18 is going to be a new note that's going to be based on the new GASB 100, and that's the changes to or within the financial reporting entity. We also note that there was no uncorrected or corrected misstatements reported during the year. Also that based on our discussions with management and our knowledge of management, there was no consultations with other accountants regarding auditing and other matters. We encountered no significant difficulties during the audit with management, and there was also no agreements with management in terms of accounting treatment or auditing procedures performed. So audit responsibilities. Management's responsibilities. So management's responsible for the financial statements. They're responsible to present the financial statements in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America, to adopt sound accounting policies, establish and maintain internal control over financial reporting and compliance, and to provide evidence supporting the amounts and disclosures in the financial statements, and also to prevent and detect fraud. So we, the auditors, we're responsible to form and express an opinion about whether the financial statements that have been prepared by management with board, in this case council oversight, are presented fairly in all material respects in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. That one is big because that is the audit we are hired to perform, is to determine if the financial statements are presented fairly in all material respects. So that material respects term discusses materiality, and in that case, we don't audit every transaction. We audit to make sure that they're materially stated, is what the financial statement audit does. So it's not like a forensic audit where I'm looking at every transaction. We're going to make sure that materially, based on a materiality, they're fairly stated. We are also responsible to plan and perform the audit to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements are free of material misstatements, and to consider internal control over financial reporting. Such considerations were solely the purpose of determining the audit procedures and not to providing assurance concerning such internal controls. So a quick overview of the financial statements. So for the year ending June 30th, 2024, the city ended with around $311 million in assets. You'll see there was a $50 million approximate increase here. And the biggest increase that you'll see there is due to the, that's going to be your new river grant funding. I think there was about $36.3 million in the current year. So that's, if you specifically were to look at the line net investment in capital assets, because it's pretty much, it was a capital contribution that went straight into that net investment in capital asset number and the assets number. So your deferred outflows of resources, the deferred outflows and inflows of the city are pretty much, it's pretty much related to pension and OPEB, but for this year, the $22 million of deferred outflows of resources, The main change here is going to be OPEB related, because you'll note there was an $11.2 million increase in OPEB liability, and that was based off of the change in experience, I think, with retirees between valuations. So when that happens, what happens when there's a large change in experience, they amortize that over, because they want to kind of like smooth it out a little bit, so they amortize that. So actually, experience had a deferred inflow amount last year of $4 million, and then this year it has about $8 million. So you'll see it going back and forth, but these are actually determined assumptions. So, but you'll see that $22 million in deferred outflows. Liabilities was at $135 million, so $20 million increase, which includes 2.6 of pension increase, pension liability. OPEB was about 11.2 million, and then there was some outstanding accounts payables related to that New River grant, when there's still some outstanding construction payments due as of 6/30 that weren't paid out yet, but services were rendered. So deferred inflows of resources, this did decrease, and that decrease is due to the change in experience related to OPEB. So net position, you'll note that your net investment in capital assets ended at 155 million. That is all your capital assets net of depreciation and any related debt. So you'll note that $35 million increase is pretty close to the New River amount. So that is a pretty significant portion there. So restricted net position, that's any net position that's restricted via council or law. That increased slightly to 2.8 million. Unrestricted deficit, so there is a deficit, but that deficit did decrease about $4 million in the current year to about $7 million deficit. Next slide. So this is going to be your statement of activities for the overall government. Expenses did increase, and when you see this expense amount, you got to know that this includes both, say, the general fund, things that are budgeted, as well also things that aren't budgeted, like pension, OPEB, run through this. So any changes there do run through this number. So there was I think there was a slight increase in expenses, but there were some other kind of factors that built into that. It's a $47 million expenses. And your program revenues, so the program revenues are going to be any revenues that are specifically related. You can specifically relate those to specific expenses, because you have the program revenues and you have general revenues. General is just, you can't relate those to any specific expenses, but the program revenues you can. So program revenues, the biggest, you'll note that there was a decrease in operating grants and contributions, about 3.7 million to 3.9 million. Charges for services, about 21.8 million, was a slight increase. But then you'll note that large number, the capital grants and contributions. So you must note also that capital grants and contributions was pretty much, it's not cash that was, it's cash was received and spent. So it was really just capital assets that's the main increase there. So you'll note overall net cost of services from year to year. So that means your program revenues were in excess of your expenses, mostly related to that New River grant, and net cost of services was 19 million. So your general revenues, that's going to be your tax revenue, property tax, TOT, franchise, and utility users. That increased to about 18.3 million in the current year. And then net investment earnings, as in most entities during the fiscal year ended June 30, 2024, did have a pretty good year compared to the prior year and related to the market and investments. So you'll note that that was about $2.8 million higher. So your overall change in net position of $42 million. So if you were to take out, say, that 36, you're still at about 7 million. That's non-related to that one specific grant. But next slide. So general fund. When we go from the statement of activities to your general fund, we go from a piece that has a lot of expenses in there that are unbudgeted, but here's your budget. This is the main budgeting fund of the city. This is, when you look at this, you'll kind of know, because you'll be like, that's the amount that was budgeted. So you'll know in the general fund, there was not a large change in the cash investments, slight increase to 1.8 million. Other assets, that was a slight increase to about 3.7 million. The liabilities decreased slightly to 651,000, and the deferred inflows of resources, which is related to it's lease related deferred inflows. with the concept of smoothing. When there are lease receivables, they also put deferred inflows, so they kind of net out with each other. But that is related to the leases receivable. So non-spendable, that's going to be your inventories and prepaids at $72,000. Assigned balances, this is amounts that are going to be authorized by the person that is assigned by the city council, and in this typically, I believe it's the city manager here, and that's Measure H, sales tax assigned. So your unassigned fund balance for your general fund, this is typically referred to as, say, a rainy day fund. So if you did have, this is the residual of everything else, but this is the only thing that is not assigned to other items or restricted. So that did increase to 3.9 million. We do have a slide and a few slides that discusses that balance. All right, so we've got the statement of revenues, expenditures, and change of fund balance. The general fund, so you'll note that there was about $1.6 million in general fund revenue, which was about $850,000 in charge of services, $294,000 in investment income, and then also an increase in the Measure H sales tax of $310,000. Expenditures for the general fund only increased, but only slightly, to $19.9 million. So that there wasn't a very big change there. So revenues over expenditures, you'll note that there was that did increase from year to year about 1.3 million. So you did have about 3.4 million before any transfers. So transfers are budgeted transfers that are budgeted by the city council. So there were transfers out from the general fund, about 2.2 million, and that was an increase, but overall the change in fund balance, overall fund balance was about $600,000 increase to 1.1 million in the current year. So some financial indicators and pension and OPEB information. So this is the unassigned fund balance to annual expenditures ratio. This is kind of called the rainy day fund ratio. So GFOA does have a best practice in for the ratio is to be 20%, and as of right now, the city's almost on the cusp of that, so it's about like a 3 month, kind of like 3 month, if something happens, you'd have 3 months of funds. So it did increase from the prior year about 3%, so you're almost over that the best practice right there. So looking at your net pension liability, so at the measurement date, June 30, 2023, which is the report date, June 30, 2024. You'll note there was an overall net pension liability of about $38 million. And this is a sensitivity analysis, which would show you what if the rate of return went down to 5.9%, or up to 7.9%, and what would happen. And I think usually it seems like it's been going down these days and not up. So that is what the city is paying its required contributions. So that is what's required of the city. So they are making those required contributions. But you'll note then at the bottom that's going to be your funded ratio, which is going to be the percentage of fiduciary net position. So that's going to be investments you have to pay off all future net pension liabilities. Those actually determined amounts all the way in perpetuity was about 72%, about 70%. So I'd say about 70 to 71% for the whole city between both miscellaneous and safety. Slight decrease from the prior year. Then so net OPEB liability, there was an increase, and the big piece of that I think was going to be that experience related to retirees, because they do kind of do some actual analysis of that, like estimates on how long they're going to live, or amounts of services to be needed. So you'll note here that there are two sensitivity analysis pieces, and one's going to be the discount rate, and the other is going to be the healthcare trend rate. Those are inverse. So if your discount rate goes up, it means you're getting more on those investments, so your liability goes down, and the opposite, healthcare costs go up, and your liability is going to go up as well. Currently, that funded ratio, because the trust is new, is the OPEB trust. The funded ratio is only currently 2.93%. So that is where we're with that. So audit results. So our opinion on if The financial statements for the city of Calexico are fairly stated in all material respects. Was an unmodified opinion on all opinion units, so it's a clean opinion. That states the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects. The accounting policies have been consistently applied. The estimates are reasonable, and disclosures are reflected properly in the financial statements. Also noting, as noted before, there was no disagreements with management, and there was no material weaknesses and or significant deficiencies identified in internal control or financial reporting or compliance in relation to the single audit. We did issue a single audit report as well, and that was clean as well. So the issues from the findings from the prior year have been resolved in the current year. So yes, there was no findings in the current year. There's also no accounting issues, and also no inappropriate activities were noted during the audit. And that, okay, so yes, the single audit. Forgot that was there. Yes, so we do issue 2 opinions on the single audit. One's going to be your internal control or financial reporting and compliance in other matters, and the other is going to be your compliance for each major federal program and on internal controller compliance. So the major federal program that was picked for testing this year was your CDBG program. I believe that was related to the fire station. That you guys got funds that assisted in some construction on the fire station. Number 2, I forgot which one, but yes, that fire station construction. So overall federal funds received was 1.3 million. We did look at about 50% of those. And then once again, we did note that there was no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies reported. That is my presentation. If you have questions.
Thank you, sir. Do any of you have any questions from the council?
No.
Madam, oh, go ahead. I'm
Yes.
sorry. After Counselor, please.
So what would be the signs of a good audit?
Clean opinion, the unmodified opinion would be a sign of a good audit.
Did we have any exceptions on the audit?
In the review of, in all material respects and our review, there was not any material misstatements in the audit, no.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
may I get the speaker to go back 2 slides?
Sure. This one?
Okay. I want to emphasize what Councilor Marquez pointed out, that the sign of a good audit from a city manager's perspective is an unmodified opinion that the financial statements fairly present the city's current financial condition. So they're accurate. The accounting policies are being consistently applied by the finance director. There's no variation in requirements amongst departments. The estimates are reasonable. The disclosures are properly reflected in the documents. There is no disagreement that the third-party auditors, and these people are truly financially independent from the city. This is the third-party validation. There's no material weakness or significant deficiency that was identified. There's no issues with the way that accounting is occurring, and there's no inappropriate activities that they were able to detect. In performance review lingo, this is a darn good audit, and it means that the finance department is doing what they're supposed to be, and that the money is where it's supposed to be and it's being properly accounted for. So hats off to Carla and her staff. This is the gold standard of financial operations. So I just wanted to add my perspective on that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, thank you, sir. So we'll move on to any announcements.
Correct. Just for the record, this is just a receive and file item. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. No announcements? Okay, so we'll move over to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a time and place for the public to address City Council on any item not appearing on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. The City Clerk will recognize you, and when you have come to the microphone, please state your name and place of residence for the record. While members of the public are encouraged to participate, it is unlawful to disturb or delay the council meeting with personal or slanderous remarks. Group commentators may be requested to limit their comments to 15 minutes. City Council is prohibited by law from taking action or discussing items not included on the printed agenda. If the item you wish to comment on is on the public portion of the agenda, we will take your comments when we get to the item on the agenda. Please direct your questions and comments to the City Council. The Mayor and Council reserve the right to adjust this time limit based on the number of speakers who wish to address the Mayor and the City Council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It is now 7:23, so we will do public comment for the next 30 minutes, and if there's anything, we will continue after discussion, so we will end it at 7:53 p.m. Madam Clerk?
I will call 2 speakers at a time. Please come up. First speaker being Mr. June Kim, and after that will be Yolanda Cunningham.
It's confusing me. Clarify for me, please. Is that to speak for the item number 7 or something else? It's like conducting the hearing.
So it wasn't a hearing, it was just a presentation of the file. If you want to speak about that, you may, but that would be your one
item
public
number
comment.
7.
I'm sorry?
Speaking for the number 7.
Yeah, item number 7 is not out for, it didn't have any public comment section on it. So if you want to speak on it now and use your 3 minutes for that, you're more than welcome.
Well, as long as they have an agenda, the public has a right to take their comments.
Can you respond to that, Mr. Campos?
It's on an item, an item City Council can take action on. You do need to have public comments before. That was a receive and file item, but now would be the time to make any comments you want on that item or any other item not on the agenda.
Okay, so, okay. First of all, our audit changing every year. They're changing the forms, harder to tracking what compared to last year. I saw here our water funds, water and wastewater, we have a lot of money, and I believe the March when we had the budget reporting, we will have some negative. Actually, City of Calexico, the May $3.2 million the year 24. They made it $3.2 million profit, operating profit. And I don't see where is capital improvement budget account. I don't see it. I hard to find out from the audit. So there's a lot of information. It's changing around or shuffling. We could not see it. Usually it's easy to see how much water department made money, but not anymore. I don't know what is causing. What was it? I'm sorry to the interim city manager. You talking a lot of we've been done bad and bad and bad, but where's the solution? Just like the Collier, when he comes in, she pulled a last release, same thing, no differences. When we need a city manager, council member, to working together to find the better future of the city collection. I don't see it. Our council, they start closing the years, they're just doing whatever they want. There's no money. We're supposed to have about $45 million from the major bond, water bond 2020 issue that we spent only $2.5 million. So where is $45 million? Okay? And besides that, we have a capital improvement budget. That account has around $40 million, $44 million. It's not showing anywhere. So what kind of the audit we have here? They might have some shuffling around. I couldn't see it. I only could find out for the transaction money from coming some activity from the $40 million, $20 million. Actually, we have $76 million in our water and sewer account. But normally people cannot find it.
Thank you,
So,
Mr. Kim.
Council, you guys' duty is for the collection. Please be careful. Don't be misled by anybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Yolanda Cunningham, and after that is Oscar Pesqueira.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Yolanda Cunningham y pues vivo aquí en la ciudad de Calexico en el 1901 Fillmore Avenue. Pues es triste estar aquí, viendo todas esas caritas que están aquí, es triste. Pero nosotros, el hecho de que las personas de esa comunidad no estemos aquí no significa que no estemos al pendiente. Nosotros también tenemos niños y tenemos hijos que han pasado generaciones sin tener un parque, como hemos dicho, pero nosotros no queremos pelear, no queremos contiendas, queremos que se haga algo justo. Tenemos 20 años, es increíble que ese parque no se haya hecho a estas alturas, después de pagar tanto dinero. Estuvimos checando las agendas de la misma ciudad y se pagaron más de $2.300.000. Eso es lo que dicen las mismas agendas de la ciudad. Nosotros no hubiéramos tenido necesidad de tener tanta mezcolanza de cosas si las administraciones pasadas y también concilios pasados, porque hay mucha responsabilidad aquí y por eso estamos aquí peleando. Sabemos que hay cosas, pero también sabemos que hay gente deshonesta. Pero ¿saben qué? Siempre acabamos de orar. Aquí no se trata de ponernos en contra unos de otros, pero sabemos que la gente a veces no entiende. También tenemos otros niños allá que también quieren un parque, que también quieren otros deportes. Pero ¿saben qué? No lo entendemos. Porque saben que somos egoístas, siempre estamos viendo lo nuestro nada más, lo mío, lo que a mí me afecta. Cuando yo he hablado con personas que han dicho, no quiero firmar, ¿saben por qué? Porque tengo a mi niño en este deporte, o porque tengo amistades en este deporte, o porque tengo un interés en ese deporte, o porque yo trabajo para eso, bla, 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 y muchas cosas. Pero nadie jamás dice, ¿sabes por qué? Porque sabe que tiene razón, hay que ser compartidos. Hay que entender que vivimos en una comunidad y que tenemos que tener un espacio para cada quien. ¿Por qué estar peleando? Pero no vamos a poder cambiar la mentalidad de esa gente. Y también hago responsable a todas esas administraciones pasadas, no digo que todos los empleados ni todas las personas del concilio, pero aquí estamos por eso. ¿Y saben qué? Yo confío de verdad que van a dejar todo favoritismo, todas las cosas que hay allí, porque muchas veces hasta se utilizan las leyes para hacer daño, y este es el caso de nosotros. Gracias por haber aprobado un CFD, porque de esa manera vamos a poder tener las cosas que necesitamos. Hay muchas familias afectadas, demasiadas, y muchos niños sobre todo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham.
Oscar Pesqueira and Erica Castro, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, the public, City Manager. My name is Oscar Pesqueira. I reside Central. First of all, our condolences to the Peroni family. We lost a great pioneer. May she rest in peace. Also, congratulations to Joe Buck Buchanan. I always enjoy having conversations with him. He's always fun. Thank you, Mr. Daniels, for being so brave during these times and for sending this man back over to the fire station. We appreciate that. You know, I do have to agree with all these people behind me. These kids do need a park, right? My son plays here. He plays soccer in these fields. But at what point do we help these people see and understand we can't do all the parks at once? Focus on a couple, at least. But they do need something. Most important, if we do give them all the parks that they want and need for this sport and to whatever the case is, they're not going to be safe. I'll say it right now. Not going to be safe. Your fire department is slim to none. Not too long ago, you don't have to take my word for it, the 2 kids at the soccer field collided and they passed out. One of them did. They're fine, they turn out to be, that's part of the sport. We are running short and running out of time. Don't take my word for it. The fire department is so short-handed. Years past, they defunded 2 important positions. They didn't do their due diligence either. The city needed the funds. The city's always broke, yes? Those positions never came back. It adds to the problem, to the overall problem. The city's not completely safe. I know personally. We have bigger issues. One of the other problems is the water department. I am concerned with that department. Really am. People are focused on the parks. That's great. We're not going to have water to make their grass green. They're not going to have water if we keep going this route to drink. The fire department is not going to have water to put out the fires. Don't take my word for it. If we don't have it, they don't have it. Should they have it all? Yes. So please, ask bigger questions and help these people. Help us all together. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, sir.
Erika Castro, and after that will be Jessica Perez.
Hello, ma'am. Oh, I want to say my condolences, Mr. Linda, to your family and your loss. Hello, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here today to discuss Cordova Park and the demolition of the park. I want to emphasize the importance of the 3 baseball fields for the children in our community. These girls and athletes represent our future in our city. They deserve a park to play in, a safe park to play in. Currently, we are playing and practicing at Legion Field, which has only 1 entrance and 1 exit. And adding on to what Mr. Pesqueda said, if anything were to ever happen at that field, response times would be undoubtedly delayed due to these limitations. The baseball community needs safe parks to play in, and please consider opening these fields for these children. They are in dire need of a safe park. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. Thank God for living in this country where we can express ourselves. And I want to clear a misconception of why I'm here. I am not here to be rowdy. I am not here to start things. I am here simply to make sure that we are following through, and I have yet to hear of an official date for a town hall meeting. And that's what we ask for. As citizens, we demand that we all have access to this information, that everybody is told about it, and that we can all present ourselves to hear, because I was told by the group that wants to tear it down that there's a lawsuit. And then I hear that there's not. And so things need to be cleared up with the citizens of Calexico. We deserve to know, okay? And so instead of having a factory of rumors churning out, I think that it's a great responsibility that you guys have, and you guys need to take action. And I've yet to hear about a town hall meeting. This isn't something that I just brought up because I felt like bringing up Cordova. This was brought up because it sounded like an established plan about getting Calexico Volunteer Alliance on board to bring in the workers that would transport materials from those parks to these parks over here. How are we talking about such plan if there is no lawsuit? Why are we rattling in our boots for a group and meeting their demands to demolish new construction if there's no lawsuit? Okay, and if there's no lawsuit, that's fine. We still don't understand why we're having this conversation. Can someone prove to us the legality of why we're even considering demolishing new construction? And I'll say it again, in a city that's falling apart, that's sad to look at. And this is what we're considering. Why? So let's stop the churning of the rumor mill and bring us facts. If you guys don't like what's being said out there, I don't like it either. I don't like how this is going, but I understand where everybody's coming from. We deserve facts. And we deserve to be presented with those facts. And if there is a lawsuit, we deserve for that lawyer to make himself present. Who is bringing this to the table, and why is this being considered? Those are questions that Calexico and the citizens deserve answers to. And I have yet to see any sort of announcement in my water bill announcing this town hall meeting that we all deserve. Because when you ask, when are parks ready to receive these materials, that does not sound like something that that's just some crazy gossip. That sounds like something that's being planned. Okay, so if this was at some point being planned and it's still being discussed, why? And if it's not, then why aren't those parks open? What's the problem? Why are we allowing them to deteriorate? Because those parks are not being maintained the way that they should. And anyone who's ever played baseball or watched baseball, those parks, the dirt should be watered. The dirt should be watered and should be dragged before that. We can help with that. Let us in.
Tony Roldan and Mr. June Kim. He had two.
Buenas tardes, Tony Roldán, 924 Adler. Mis condolencias, Lencho, hermano. Pues yo estoy aquí.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah. Ahora sí, disculpe.
Mis condolencias, Lencho. Yo estoy aquí para mirar que está pasando muchas cosas muy malas que ahora en Calexico del deporte, de los parques y puros pleitos y la verdad. Y de afuera se mira más mal lo que está pasando. De destruir ahora el parque y que me enseñaron que hay prueba de que se hicieron legalmente, los supervisores lo aprobaron, todo. Sí. Por eso estoy aquí, porque me enseñaron las pruebas de que yo no estoy de acuerdo en destruir los parques. La primera fue, yo empecé a ayudar a los niños y niñas arreglando el Parque Rodríguez, que me pusieron muchas piedras, la manager de Calexico. Y después ayudé a Little League, que no iba a haber liga de Little League, ellas no iban a jugar. Gracias al señor Contreras, Víctor, se movieron para arreglar los baños, que no había baño, se habían robado las pipas, no sé qué, y nunca la manager los arregló. Pero gracias a ellos se arregló todo. Gracias al señor Solano que habló con ellos y todo. Y ahora en la inauguración miré a los niños y niñas, hijo de una alegría tan bonita. Tú lo miraste, señor Marque lo miró. Dije, mira, nomás no iba a haber liga, dije yo. ¿Qué está pasando? Digo yo. ¿Qué? No, dije yo, qué mal está aquí. Yo estoy más para ayudar a los parques a arreglarlos. Con piedras que me pongan, los voy a seguir arreglando. No me ha llegado el cerco, no ha llegado material que de los baños, nada. Pues pónganse las pilas, la gente votó, pues estén ahí, hombre. Piensen las cosas bien, que estén bien, no nomás digan, no, lo vamos a tomar. No, miren, estudien que está mal, que acá no nomás, órale, va para afuera, porque yo quiero. Bien, ahí están los niños, díganles a ellos que les van a tomar el parque, que tienen pruebas ustedes para que están mal hechos o que lo hicieron ilegal. Díganles a ellos y a ellas que no van a poder jugar ahí en los parques que ellas quieren ya jugar ahí. Es todo lo que voy a decir. Pónganse las pilas, la gente votó por ustedes votó. Ustedes han mirado la alegría de los niños cuando juegan. No me da coraje, me da tristeza que la ciudad ya esté dividida. Yo estoy aquí para ayudarles en lo que ustedes quieran. Todos me ayudan en este parque, yo los voy a ayudar, en lo que sea. Yo estoy ahí para ayudarles a ustedes. Y ayuden a los niños, no destruyan cosas que ya están hechas, que costaron mucho dinero. Eso es lo que les pido. Ustedes se pusieron ahí con una bola de soccer, con un guante, dije, aquí van a ayudar. Pero así no es la forma de ayudar, destruyendo cosas. Primero investiguen lo que está pasando. Yo no tengo ni un niño jugando ahí y les estoy ayudando con los parques. Yo no gano nada. Porque para ayudarles a ustedes y para los niños, más pónganse las pilas y, por favor, es todo lo que les digo.
Okay, thank you. Next person.
Steven Swatkowski and Carmen Estrada after that.
Good evening. My name's Steven Swikowski. Live at 1417 Reagan in Calexico. I've worked here in Calexico for the last 17 years. I'm originally from New York, and I can honestly say in the last 17 years I haven't seen any improvements in the way of sports. Driving around the city, you see soccer teams playing in water basins. They're not established fields. They have flat surfaces where they can kick the ball, set up nets, but they can play their soccer. Every other block, soccer's being played. My daughter just started softball, and I can honestly say it's one of the crappiest fields I've ever seen. Legion Field is a mess. Nosotros Park is just as bad. If any of you who have lived here for more than one summer knows, if you're on the west side of town, all you smell is New River. These little kids don't deserve to be breathing New River dust while they're out there gasping in the heat. You guys should be disgusted letting these kids play on the west side of town. Legion Field is backed up right next to a methadone clinic. Now, I respect somebody that's trying to get help and quit drugs, but relapses happen. It was just 2 or 3 years ago that there was a huge homeless community living within 200 yards of that park. Do any of these kids deserve to be standing next to homeless populations where they have no plumbing, where they can go to the bathroom, the homeless? These kids don't deserve that. You have no representation for parks for people that live on the east side of this city. You have one park that is constantly flooded, and when it's not flooded, it's just solid rock. You have a beautiful Cordova Park that I guarantee you Officer Cordova's family would not respect the way that that park has been treated. Lawsuit or not, that park needs to be opened. These kids deserve the facilities to play and have fun. I've worked here in law enforcement for 17 years, and trust me, if they're not playing a sport and doing something to keep themselves busy, they're going to be doing crime. And trust me, I don't want my kid getting involved in any of that kind of stuff. And I don't think any parent in this room or anybody that has a kid wants them to be. It's disgusting, lawsuit or not. We have to get those parks opened. And they should have been opened 5 years ago when they were built. Cordova Park's been around since the end of 2015. And that park itself, I can't take my 3-year-old there without finding broken materials. It was one of the best parks in the city. Now it's just falling apart. The zip line's gone. The roundabout swing is gone. Kids are holding onto ropes and swinging on it and being spun in circles and falling off and getting hurt. Please, open the parks, let the kids play.
Thank you, sir.
Carmen Estrada.
Buenas noches, soy Carmen Estrada, soy presidenta de la Liga de Soccer y yo estoy aquí al frente nomás para pedirles un favor a todas las personas que se enseñen a respetar un deporte y otro, porque todos los deportes que juegan los niños son favorables, son buenos, son saludables. Ya vemos personas adultas que discriminamos a deportes. Nosotros hace 16 años empezamos soccer. Teníamos todos los deportes debido a que no era suficiente personal. Cuando pertenecíamos al departamento de policía, se deshizo todo. ¿Por qué? No por nada malo, no hubo pruebas de nada, simplemente por juzgar a personas de nada que hubo. Ahorita está pasando lo mismo. Por favor, le pido de favor a las personas adultas que no falten al respeto a los niños. Eso de que digan, los niños de soccer que se están impuestos a jugar en los carros y en el Terregal, que se vayan a Mexicali, por favor, más respeto. Todos los coaches están molestos. Esto es de personas adultas. No vuelvan a repetir eso. Eso es violencia. Y si nos gusta lo que hacemos, tenemos que saber respetar. Si no hay respeto, no hay nada. Eso se los pido de favor. Ya de favor, y no sé cómo pedirlo, porque si nosotros, como dice él, a él le consta en lo que nosotros estamos jugando, en el campo Daniel Gutiérrez, hacemos 15 juegos diarios, 15 juegos. Son 5 juegos cada hora en este pedacito. Y lo hacemos, ¿por qué? Porque lo amamos, pero no a la violencia, por favor. No a la violencia. Gracias.
Thank you, ma'am.
I received a public comment via email. You all have a copy from David Barbera regarding Adrian Cordova Park. No more public comments.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll head over to City Manager's report.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council, I have a written report that I've distributed to you. It will also be posted on the city's webpage. First of all, Mr. Kelly earlier tonight indicated that there is a international conference of shopping centers that's coming up. I strongly encourage the council to appoint a representative to attend that conference. It is an opportunity to meet with all of the national chains of restaurants, hotels, job producers, and put the best face on Calexico in terms of getting on their list for potential expansions. It's a tremendous opportunity to get the city's name out there in the eyes of the people that make the decisions on where new stores go. I'd strongly encourage that. We have conducted interviews today for 2 of the 3 candidates for the HR manager, and I expect to have a decision by Friday. I have, in response to some of the recent comments, at your last meeting, I announced that I was reviewing all of the information regarding Cordova Park, and that I would get a report to you in 30 days. I was reminded earlier this evening, 2 weeks of that is gone. But during that time, I've had the opportunity to gather a lot of information in terms of what was approved in the very beginning when that subdivision was approved. Second of all, what was built. And lastly would be an analysis of what level of community involvement and input happened on that park to get from the idea and the concept to what was actually built. Because so far, I've yet been able to find that. The city has to comply with its own zoning code. So when the developer had a park that was approved, that's what should have been built, unless the city, as the owner of that park, came back and applied for a change in that plan, which would have triggered an engagement process with the local community and provided an opportunity to try and, well, first of all, determine whether that's even the appropriate place for what was built. The second would be to minimize the impacts on the community. I've yet to find that, and I can confirm that there is no pending litigation against the city relating to Cordova Park. And if somebody is saying there is, there isn't. At the last meeting, I mentioned with a city that doesn't have a lot of money, it would be a shame to deconstruct or demolish improvements that were there. But whatever is there had to have been legally built, or we're going to need to do something about it. And the what I don't have ready yet, but I will in a couple weeks. We received some letters from people in the community regarding terrible sections of city streets, one of which is Sunshine Court. And it's a cul-de-sac that it looks like about half of it is missing. The asphalt's gone. Now, these are areas that we know, based on citizen complaints, that need to be repaired, that are beyond just fixing a pothole. But they're not as big as like what was just finished on Cole Road, where we, repaved long stretches of it. But they're what I'd call major maintenance. Tonight, I believe you're going to have a list of almost 20 of those sites that will be, if you award the bid tonight, the improvements will be designed and built as the next up projects. During COVID, there was a law that was passed that prohibited the water utility from cutting off service for customers that were delinquent in their bills. The city did terminate service to some 400 customers. And as a result, the State Water Board declared the city in violation and issued a, I believe, $350,000 fine. We don't have $350,000 to spare, but we have been found to be in violation of that order and legislation to not cut people off. What other water utilities did was they applied for and received grants from the Water Board to assist stressed customers to be able to catch up on their water bill. Because if everybody took the approach of not paying their bill, the water utility ceases to function. There are also private foundation and public county social service agency funds to assist people that get behind on their utility bills. Other communities worked with those funding sources to make sure they weren't in the position that Calexico found themselves. But we've been found, I'm going to say it, guilty, and we are obligated to pay a fine, significant, but also to provide information to people on how to reduce their water consumption thus reduce their bill and put less stress on their monthly cash flow. Next item is the Water Quality Control Board, which permits the operation of our wastewater treatment plant. 4.5 million gallons a day processed through that wastewater treatment plant. The Water Quality Control Board issued a glowing report congratulating the city on having high quality, certified, licensed personnel who knew how to test water and conduct lab results, who knew how to operate the wastewater treatment plant, and how to minimize any threats to the environment that you would expect from human waste being treated and then discharged back into the New River. Now, and I agree with the individual mentioned earlier about odors emanating from the New River. It's not coming from our water treatment plant. That's the raw sewage that's coming into this country from Mexicali. We're at work on a $40 million plus project to clean up that water that's coming in that's been funded by the state agencies. The chamber building, Councilor Legaspi asked for a report on the chamber building at your last meeting. The chamber building is boarded up, yet it is a prime piece of commercial property at probably what is determined to be the peak value intersection in the city. Has the highest exposure to the greatest number of vehicles. I am meeting Monday with an individual that wants to place what I'll call an electronic billboard on that property, to which he would sell advertising for local businesses. But we would work with him to where he would also put on that big electronic billboard community events, Little League games, soccer games, women's club events, Rotary events, but they would also be able to be used for announcement of community activities that people might have an interest in. Not everybody wants to come to our webpage. Not everybody subscribes to the newspaper. Not everybody subscribes to Facebook and all the other social media. Now, amongst them all, there's a lot of coverage, but placing an electronic billboard there would probably outdo all of those. You're aware that California Public Employee Retirement System identified in an audit that the city had been improperly dealing with CalPERS contributions by city employees, the city itself, and identified 72 pay periods where they believed there were errors. Carla Chaparro has got that down to 4 individual cases. 3 of those people no longer work for the city, and we are working to resolve the last individual. But on your agenda tonight is a side letter that has no substantive impact, but it brings forward from an old agreement that the employee is grandfathered in on to the current MOU with the bargaining unit that provides an incentive for education, for taking classes that increase their skill. I had the opportunity to meet with 2 different groups of people. One is the executive director of the Imperial County Transportation Commission and with the county supervisor. Somebody help me with his name. Escobar, excuse me. I apologize to him and all of you, but it shows my newness still. But both of them pledged support for getting that bridge replaced. And so if friends can help in tough challenges, we have two friends that are prepared to help us in securing the funding. I met with Jessica of the Little League, had a very productive meeting, and I look forward to having a public workshop with the community, the Cordova Park neighborhood, everybody who has an interest there about what is the situation and what can be done. The goal is to try and come to an agreement. Met with a swap meet operator. He raised issues about the requirement that every vendor get a business license. We are looking at alternatives to that, but I think it's going to be difficult because every commercial vendor at the swap meet is conducting business, and every business in Calexico needs a license. The business license also triggers a fire inspection to make sure that there are no products or materials that are highly flammable. It also creates an inventory that people have to submit sales taxes to the state as a result of. I see Ms. Estrada here today. I had a delightful meeting with her on her plans for soccer activity. I tried to make a donation to her operation. She said she doesn't want money, she wants soccer balls. So I'm going to Walmart and buy soccer balls for the kids. But I found her to be very reasonable, thoughtful, and civil. I met today, where'd you go? With Councilmember Talenda and IID on a couple grant opportunities. One is there's an alley, a pathway that goes down a cul-de-sac and alley that is unlit, and the neighbors believe it's unsafe. So we're going to be working with IID about getting some lighting in that area to improve the safety and security for kids and women and old men like me. I mentioned the HR manager. The other grant that IID talked about was they have a green grant, and that green grant, and somebody help me, but it provides funding for trees, and in communities they get to be 120, and the whole desert area of the state of California is that way. It provides shade opportunities in parks. It provides shade opportunities in people's backyards. It provides shade opportunities against houses that have to be heated and cooled. So that's a solid program, and I want to thank Councilor Talenda for arranging that, because I got to meet the two people that write the checks for those programs, and you can expect that we will be in line for those programs and anything else they have. The city staff has been chasing grants for infrastructure, and by that I mean grants for street projects, sidewalk projects, park projects, water line projects, wastewater projects, wastewater treatment plant projects. You name it, if the city owns it, we're trying to find money to expand it. But an issue has come up that that the city council needs to play a critical role in the identification of which projects are pursued. Because we just can't be chasing anything when something that we might be chasing is, in your opinion, the lowest of the low options. Although, who's going to turn down free money? But there are situations a grant can cost you more than it provides you benefit. So what I'm going to ask is that over the next couple of months that the council hold a workshop and it identify the priorities between parks, streets, sidewalks, water, wastewater, all the things that we are responsible for. And then for each of those categories, like let me use parks, list all the parks. Now, based on what we know, what is the priority project for every one of those parks? So when a park grant opportunity arises, we will have identified what the city council believes is the top priority. And then it will help us in making decisions, and it will help you, that you working with the community have identified what the most important things to do are. So that's a task that needs to be done. I can't read my own writing. Water meters. It was brought to my attention that the city had installed water meter readers that are technologically driven, but that there's at least one meter in town that is missing. It's not on the water meter. Therefore, it's not transmitting the water consumption to the finance department that can do the proper billing. Everybody's entitled to know how much water they used last month. They know in the posted rates what the water rate is. Therefore, A plus B equals the amount owed. And those need to be dependable numbers. And we will begin to inventory all the water meters in the field over the next couple of months. And where they are found to be deficient, we will replace those, because it is important that people know, if we're going to expect them to conserve, they need to know how much they're using. If they're going to be billed, which they are, they need to know how much they're using. And collectively, we need to report to the state every couple of months, I think, how much water is consumed in the city and what our per capita consumption number is in relationship to all those other communities. That's enough. That's my report. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
You forgot Republic.
Oh, I did have the opportunity to meet with Republic Services earlier this week. I'll have more to say at the time the garbage rates issue is discussed, but I've asked them to address in their comments the programs they have in effect in the downtown area that their contract with the city, their franchise with the city obligates them to do. I've also have developed a concern about the residential portion of the rates and whether they are accurately calculated. So I'll have a very specific recommendation for that. So don't leave.
I do have a question about one of the items that you mentioned. the water board violation. You mentioned that I believe the fine is $350,000. And in past conversations between us, you had mentioned also that, and I just want to clear this out in case the people are not aware. This is something that occurred during COVID.
Yeah, 2020.
In 2020, none of us up here as a council were here. We've been here for 4 months. This is a very serious situation, and I don't want to take the blame for things that other people did, but I do want to ask, because is that the 350,000? Is that the drop in the fine after the city was supposed to do some programs, or can it still drop after the city complies? Because I understand the city had to put some citizen programs out there, like what you mentioned about how to preserve water and other things that past administrations also failed to do. So we're doing a lot of fixing here, but that was my question.
Yes.
Can we still drop that fine?
Well, I will always ask for a reduction in fine, but this was a negotiated settlement that our law firm, Best and Krieger, settled, and it enumerated a number of things the city was responsible for doing, that they are expressing concern that we're not. So perhaps Carlos can color around the edges.
Correct. Yeah, there was an investigation for the Attorney General submitted request for information. I don't have the dates with me, but and started looking into your water shut-off policies. Pursuant to that, they identified other issues. Fines could have been probably up to $1 million. And obviously the city was in violation, so it was a matter of working out a plan going forward. Pursuant to that, yeah, there was a settlement that was reached with the state attorney general. City council approved. That was made public. And pursuant to that, there's a settlement and a judgment that was entered against the city, codifying the terms of that settlement. Additionally, too, there's other requirements that the city needs to comply with under that settlement agreement, and some of that is dealing with the fact that folks were improperly disconnected. At the same time, too, the city council the city had applied for funds, that arrears program, and some of those arrears programs were misapplied. So some folks who weren't in arrears were applied credit, others were not. So the state identified all that. There's a detailed report that's public. We could make that public. I mean, it's been public, so we could release that if people have questions. So it was a month long, couple months, and we're still continuing to work with the AG's office on making sure the city's compliant with the terms of that settlement.
In the next few days, Mayor, I will provide the council members with the settlement and where we are at in performing every task that was required of that settlement. And there's one other item that I forgot, so if you'd bear with me. One of the city's facilities, which is very popular, I know because my wife Joyce goes there for aerobics, is the community center. The community center condition is not good. There is so much deferred maintenance that's occurred, that has been allowed there, that the building is more run down than it should be for its age. There is graffiti on a container box next to the building that is the most concentration of graffiti I've ever seen, even beyond any rail car that passes through. The building itself has been graffitied. There is a windowsill on the south side of the building that you can put your finger through. So the ability of that windowsill to be used for weatherization is non-existent. There are innumerable deferred maintenance and deficiencies. I have made the decision to assign one of the Public Works crew members, who is one of the most skilled, technically skilled people, to work for the next couple months for Norma. And Norma is busy gathering every honey-do list that she can create, to whether it's painting, whether it's painting over graffiti, whether it is relocating that container that is graffitied, whether it is replacing that window or replacing the other window sills to make sure they're not just right behind it, whether it is replacing tile, replacing bathroom fixtures. We want to take this opportunity to bring that building into a better condition. It's heavily used, and there are meals that are provided there. There is exercise. There is bingo that happens there. There are a lot of activities, and the building needs some improvements. So now I'm done.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're moving forward with City Council comments and reports of meetings attended. Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So the mayor, the city manager, and I met with Jesus Escobar, the board of supervisor, recently, and I'm not going to. Obviously, he's working on what I had mentioned the last time, and what was mentioned the last time, reference to roadways leading to our cities from the county. But another thing that Mr. Escobar and us had also spoken about is the potentially rerouting the trucks on Cole Road between ML King and Balker Road. We have a good-looking highway out there. I'd sure hate for it to be destroyed. So so he'll be working on rerouting with our city, rerouting our trucks in the near future. The mayor, city manager, and I met with. Well, we had a Zoom meeting with Cal Cities San Diego, and we spoke we spoke to various agencies, or we listened to various agencies regarding economic development, and see how it could be worked here. Recently, the Calexico Memorial Library Literacy Day Fair, as part of the National Library Week celebration, had a resource event. There. They had approximately 25 agencies provide information to community members, and there was a lot of there was some prizes, and there was food that was given away. Also, the Carpenters Union Local 609 is assisting with the Camarena Memorial Library in painting the interior of its building, and I mentioned, or I had informed Norma Gerardo to reach out. Sent her a message to reach out to the Carpenters Unions to see if they can help out somehow. Council's members, we attended the unveiling of the mural outside the library done by our local artist. This was a kickoff to the celebration of the 117th year anniversary. Beautiful mural that was painted by a person who was born and raised here in Calexico, also was part of Mexicali. Did a great job, and thank you, Norma, for an outstanding job on that as well. The mayor and the city manager and I attended the Lego World Art exhibit at the Cultural Arts Center. There were approximately 71 artists and 96 pieces. We met a young child who was working on a Lego project for the past 6 years. I could have sworn this kid's like 7 years old. So I don't know if he started when he was 1 or what, but it was a remarkable piece of work, and later on he showed us how the light works and so forth. So the kid was very, very excited, and we also met some adults with some outstanding paintings that they had done. Also, I was reminded by Chief Orozco that this week is Dispatchers Appreciation Week. He reminded me because the dispatchers had reminded him, so they're not going to choke you out. So it's Dispatchers Appreciation Week. Oops.
Late on the proclamation.
Well, and also I was reminded, here's another one, by the library. Lisa Legaspi, that today is a National Library Day. So, that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Thailenda?
So I'll keep it brief. We're working on ways to find money to light up our city. And I want to say thank you to the IAD staff and the team that came out. They were amazing and extremely informative and knowledgeable, and gave us a lot of tips and hopefully tools that we can use to obtain some funds. I do want to use this time to talk a little bit about this Cordova Park item. It's complex. It's tied to a CFD. What's a CFD? It's a Community Facilities District, in short, right? Which is tied to a bond. The city is a bond administrator. What does that mean? We have to oversee how the money is spent and what it's spent on, because it's tied to legalities, as everything is, right? So it's really, difficult to sit up here and have to deal with the past mismanagement of public funds, and then have people come and say, oh, the park's getting torn down. Oh, it's not. We don't know what's going to happen yet. We'll know soon. But in short, whatever was done was not done according to what was approved by the CFD, which is tied to a bond. So is there a type of risk associated with what transpired? Yeah, there's always risk. You can be sued for anything, anytime, any day. Is the goal to have less infrastructure for our community? No, that's never the goal. Is the goal to get sued? Also not the goal, at least not for me as a council member. But that's what's being reviewed. We want to know in a timeline what happened, what transpired, what can we do, or what has to be done legally to correct, if something was done incorrectly, to correct it. So I won't talk more about that because we'll have the city manager and the rest of the team explain that hopefully very soon in the near future. You said 2 weeks. Mr. Daniels? Yeah? Okay. Yes. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marquez.
Good evening. Since our last meeting, I was able to attend the McKinney-Vento New Academic and Wellness Center for the CAP Center. This is a very important center for our youth, for our students. It's serving youth from 6th grade to 12th grade who are currently experiencing housing difficulties. And there you will find homework support, college and career preparation, food and clothing for the youth. I was able to attend this with Councilmember Legaspi. Also, I was able to attend the Easter celebration. It was a great success. I didn't expect to see as many kids and individuals that were there. It was a great festivities. They had games, food, raffle. It was more than what I thought it was going to be. So kudos, Ms. Gerardo. Also, we were able to meet with the Little League Association president to discuss the use of the parks. We were also with the city manager and council member Legaspi during that time. We had a very good conversation, and I think that we are all kind of getting the feel of what it is that the Little League is asking for, but also making sure that we're conducting ourselves in a very careful manner when it comes to legal matters and anything that's tied to Cordova Park. And we do appreciate everybody's patience with that, but we want to make sure that if somebody, any of your council members prior years made a mistake, that we're not going to make that same mistake. And that's why we're being so careful. It would be great for us to just say, let them play. It would be easy, but we want to make sure that we do good and that we do well by our citizens, and we don't get ourselves deeper in a hole or in trouble. Also, I was able to attend the Border Relations Council. This council coordinates activities within the local communities of Mexico and California border. They were reviewing, for instance, the New River project and everything that they're working with. So it was a very informational meeting. Got a lot of good information from there. I attended via Zoom. Meeting with city manager and council member Legaspi once again to go over a lot of the projects that we're looking within the city. I was able to attend the mural reveal for the library program. This program's mission was to promote creativity within the local artists in our community, and obviously it's beautifying our city. I invite you guys to go check it out. It's really nice. Mia Salinas is the artist, and the name of the piece is Daydream, and it is outside the library. And that is all that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Calderon.
Yes, good evening, and thank you, Mayor. Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. I didn't attend any formal meeting since the last council meeting due to personal reasons. However, I did have several conversations with some of our citizens from the West Side housing community. These conversations were about several concerns submitted by our citizens that live on the West Side. And Rainbow Park was mentioned today by the city manager, and you know what? I'm embarrassed to see some of the conditions of the streets in Calexico, especially on the west side. We have poor lighting. We also, they're concerned about this big area that we have on 98 and between 98 and Canal Road, that it's all dirt with dead trees. This is an eyesore when people are coming into our city to see that it's dead, completely dead. And I promised our community that we would knock trees down. We still have trees throughout our city that are dead that should be knocked down, because not only are they a fire hazard, but they're a safety hazard. These trees can fall on our citizens and so forth. Also, sidewalks on the west side, there's a lot of sidewalks that are buckled. And we need to fix them because our wheelchairs need to go through there. And we have a lot of people out there that need some roadways where they can travel and so forth to get to their destinations. Ms. Falomir, thank you. And thank you for planning and executing item 16 that's on the agenda today, where several of our streets throughout the city will be repaired. I hope that this is the beginning of a major project that is desperately needed throughout our city. However, I would also like, if possible, include Ollie Street. This is the street that is behind Food for Less and the swap meet. You practically need a four-wheel drive to go through there because it's so bad. And I know it's traveled a lot during the day and during the night because we have all these businesses there. And it's important that people are driving on streets that are safe for our citizens. So again, if we can add Ollie Street, I would highly thank you for that. I would like to also thank the Calexico Board of Trustees and Superintendent Arturo Jimenez for opening green spaces for our children to practice. Currently, we have Kiki Camarena and Willie Moreno that have been open. Also, I'd like to thank Ms. Jessica Perez, the Little League president, for taking responsibility to ensure that this collaboration with the school district continues in the near future. They opened their doors, we got them the fields, and hopefully we can have these young ladies, young men practice more than twice a week. Also, I would like to thank the water system supervisor, Jose Saldaña, and staff for repairing the water flow at the Rising Water Basin. This area will open 3 baseball diamonds for the practice and their games. So hopefully, if it continues to dry up in the near future, we'll be able to have some action, baseball action in that area. And last but not least, I also like to thank IID directors Karen Eugenio and Luis Pacheco, because they were offering anything that we needed to be able to take care of this problem with the water flow going into Rising Park. And last but not least, I think Mr. Legaspi mentioned it earlier, Cole Road. We have a lot of semi-trucks going through this road. We just invested thousands and thousands of dollars plus change orders and so forth. Just this week, I think it was April 9th, we had a truck that caught on fire at the stoplight between Cole Road and Frontera. This is putting our citizens in jeopardy, because we get a truck or two that start burning, all these houses are going to start burning also. So it's important that somehow, and I know Mr. Legaspi and I don't know who else has been talking to Mr. Escobar. I think we need to prioritize that, because if we don't, by the summer, that road will be gone again. These trucks are too heavy, and they're just going to destroy our projects. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Calderon. So I'm just going to mention one of the meetings that I attended, and then because it was the most important one, we meet many times to discuss all the issues that have been coming forward. But last week, the city manager and Mrs. Falomir and myself attended the California-Mexico Border Relations Council. And for those of you who don't know, there's a state council for Baja California and the state of California that actually meets to discuss environmental issues, because we're so close to the border, and you know the environmental issues that Mexico has that obviously cross the border. So they normally meet in San Diego, because you've got Tijuana, you've got San Diego, and it's better weather. But this time they came down here and they were at IBC. So we went to that meeting, and they asked us to speak or give them an update on the New River project. So Mrs. Liliana Falomir was there to give them that update. And then some of them asked us to come in and give them a tour. So they're very excited about that project, which is probably going to, we're going to do the ribbon cutting the last week of May, I think. That's what we're looking at. So we did, but I wanted to point out that meeting because I was able to meet Mrs. Yana Garcia, who's the Secretary for Environmental Protection for the state of California. And within our conversations, one of the main things that I asked her was to intervene with between the city of Calexico, the Imperial Irrigation District, and the County Board of Supervisors, so that we can renegotiate the maintenance of the New River. Because for those of you that are unaware, and you should be aware, when this project started 15 years ago, they thought it was going to cost a lot less, 4 times less than what it ended up costing. So they got the maintenance cost calculation by that number 15 years ago. Well, it turns out 15 years later, instead of costing 10 million, it cost 48 million. And so the 150,000 that is set for the maintenance, annual maintenance of operating the New River project, because in case you guys don't know, the city of Calexico is going to be the one responsible for operating that project. So we have 3 entities pitching in, one of them being the city of Calexico, like I said, the IID, and the Imperial County. So $150,000 is not going to be enough, and it's probably the 1/4 of what the actual cost. So the good thing about meeting Secretary Garcia is that she offered to assist us in renegotiating that amount, so that we don't get the short end of the stick, as we do oftentimes. So I want to let the public know, because that project is going to start very soon. And I want to make a comment, hopefully it'll be brief, on what they were talking about, the Cordova. Because Many of you probably don't know what happens behind the scenes, but somebody made a comment today about, you know, during our campaign, the other council member, myself, running on sports. We do support sports. I've been in sports for the past 15, 20 years. My son still plays in the university, and we have been doing things on the side, not on the side, meetings on the side, with the school board. So the reason why the school board accepted to loan out Kiki Camarena and Willie Moreno is because we met with them and we asked them to do this for us, to do this for our community, because we know there is a problem and there's an issue with Cordova Park. And it didn't start with us. It started 10 years or more ago. We're here trying to fix things. We're here trying to fix the water issue. We're trying to fix the maintenance of the new river. We're here trying to fix what happened with that park. So we're doing these things, and we're being accused of not being supportive to our children, and it's the complete opposite. We're trying to help. Councilmember Calderon is the one that spoke to the IID and asked them for the valves, which have now been installed so that we can use Rising Field. So we're looking at other options, because we also have to figure out what happened at that park, because it's not just the leagues and it's not just the sports. You've got 400 or 500 residents that live in that area that didn't get what they told they were going to get when they purchased their homes, and I want to make that clear. And for the person that said, where's the attorney, where's the lawsuit, we have a responsibility to the citizens of Calexico to protect every penny that you pay, that you contribute to the city. So we don't want it to go to a lawsuit. We don't want it to go to attorneys, because the moment that we get a letter from an attorney, that's when we start spending your money. So we're trying not to do that, and we hope that you understand that. So that's the end of that. So now we're going to go to consent agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, we don't.
Okay. Before anybody motions to approve, I just want to make a quick comment on item number 16. I am in full support of this much needed repair to these streets, but I do want to let the public know, because I just mentioned money, and I just mentioned how our priority is to take care of every dollar that you contribute. There were 3 bids. The bid that staff is recommending was not the lowest bid. So in the future, the city manager already explained to me what had happened, but in the future, so that we know and so that the public knows, and they don't have to go investigating on why the lowest bid wasn't selected, even if it's not a requirement. But in the future, on the staff report, if you're not going to recommend the lowest bid, we need a detailed explanation as to why we're recommending paying $60,000 over the lowest bid. So I'm going to request that happens moving forward. Even if it's not required that we select the lowest bid, we are watching the budget very closely, and we are taking care of the people's money, so we want an explanation next time. I've been given an explanation. I'm fine with it, but next time, let's see it on the staff report. So if nobody has anything, I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second it.
Well, go ahead. I'd like to pull 15, 16, 18, and 19.
For discussion?
Yeah, for discussion and questions.
Do I have a second? Well, we already had a motion to approve, so we're going to retract that motion.
If the first and second retracted, then.
Okay, so did anybody second the first time? No, right? So we're going to retract that motion, and we're going, so you're asking to motion to remove 15 through 19, correct? For
15, 16, 18, and 19.
Okay, skip 17. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Okay, so the motion would be to approve items
the rest can be
8 through 14 and 17. Yes. We can approve those under one motion, and then we'll go back to 15, 16, 18, and 19.
I'll make it easy. I motion to approve 8 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, and want to discuss 15, 16, 18, and 19. That's my motion.
That's clear.
Do I have a second?
I have a second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Noricumbo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda,
No.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, so just repeat them again, please, the ones that we're pulling out, because there were a lot. 15, Madam Clerk? Do you have?
And they're quick
Yes,
questions.
15,
Mm-hmm.
16,
Yeah.
18,
And
and 19.
Okay. So we're going to, okay, so other than that, oh, so motion passes, all right. So we're going to see those items now, right, before the discussion. So item number 15, adopt a memorandum of understanding between the City of Calexico and Certified Operators SEIU Local 221 for the term of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, sir.
The agreement that in question here is an agreement that had been negotiated and agreed to by the city and the bargaining unit. It never was presented to the council, as best I can find, for council approval. So this agreement with certified operators of SEIU needs council approval. I mean, an official action of the council, which is not available anywhere, that such an action took place.
Mr. Daniels, thank you. And you know what? We know it, but the community doesn't know it.
That's fine.
So in the effort of trying to correct a lot of these issues that these prior councils did not do, I want the public to know that this was not on our watch. And I'm more concerned because I like to see if during this time our employees got paid, even though that this item wasn't ratified. So it's been a whole year.
Yeah, I will get that answer to you tomorrow from the finance director.
Well, see, these are the questions that we need to know because we need to be cognizant of what they did not do in the past and yet what we're going to be paying out if that's the case.
I think Carla's ready to answer right now.
Yes, this item actually is a different item. This is not regarding the CalPERS audit. That item went to council last meeting and it got approved. This is actually a new MOU because the SEIU bargaining unit, their current contract expired June 30 of 2024, and this is to continue their contract. So this has never gone before council before. It's a new contract, a new MOU. It's new terms. So this is what this is.
So
Thank you. All right. Go on.
Any other questions?
No, but I do want to say that we have been, and Carlos, correct me if I'm wrong, and Juan, we have been seeing this. We have seen this. We've seen this. It just hasn't been approved. So now it's here before us for approval.
Yes, this has been an item going, I think, as far back maybe a year ago, that has been in negotiations for a year, and it's been in closed sessions many, many times. I was in closed sessions for this item like 3-4 times.
Yeah, because I don't feel like it's accurate to say that we've never seen this. It was closed session because there's a way negotiations transpire, and then it gets brought before to approve. So council has seen this. It's now here to formally approve. I just want to clarify that because it can be misconstrued as to, oh, what's this? No. Council has been part of negotiations and has seen this.
Well,
in closed session.
I don't think I'm debating whether we saw it or not. It's just the fact that
I just
it
wanna
was never
clarify.
brought before
No,
the
but-
council to verify it.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure because a lot of people don't know how negotiations
Exactly.
transpire. So to me, it sounded like, oh wait, what's this? No. But I wanted to clarify, we have seen this. It's been part of negotiations.
Okay, any other comments or questions?
Yeah.
On item number 15?
On 16,
Well, we're gonna have to, we're gonna have to vote now because they're pulled out for discussion. So item number 15, do I have a motion to approve the adoption of the
so
memorandum of?
move.
Second.
So move.
Okay, second, roll comment?
Mayor Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, item number 16, 2025 street improvement project on designated streets. A, authorize interim city manager to sign agreement of professional services between City of Calexico and West and Associates Engineering Incorporated in the amount of $152,816 for engineering services for 2025 street improvement project on designated streets. And B, adopt budget amendment resolution for fund number 402, Local Transportation Authority 2018B bond. I'll open up for discussion. Council number?
No.
Ms. Thailenda and Councilmember Marquez. Okay, Councilmember Calderon.
Well, like you, Mayor, reviewing this document, I want to know why we are recommending the second highest bidder in this project. I mean, it's a difference, actually $56,316 difference to do what we're asking here. And I know you know, but I don't know, and neither does the public. So my question is, I mean, we had 3 bidders, and the city is recommending the middle one, which is $152,816. So that's my question.
Madam Mayor, Councilor Calderon, this is we were seeking proposals for engineering services. So it falls under a different state law than bids. On bids for equipment, paving, things like that, you're required by state law to go with low bids, the lowest number. This is a request for a service, and services bring in the quality of the service as a factor to be considered. Staff reviewed the proposals and concluded that the quality of the product from West and Associates Engineering was significantly higher quality than what the low bid was from that company. And feel free to supplement my comments, Lily, but that is the reason why, is that when you look at the cost, you go with the low cost, no doubt. I mean, I live my life that way and do it here too. But in this case, you're buying a service that has to meet minimum standards and meet the expectations of quality in order to know that you can build what's being designed. And in this case, the second bidder did a better job. So, and you're now starting to push the limits of my knowledge. So,
well, and that's good. And it's transparency with our public here. And I don't have a problem if you can explain it to them. And I don't think we need the explanation from Ms. Filamore.
Okay.
But I can tell you that, yeah, maybe 150, but I can tell you that I'm willing to approve this with no change orders, because they'll tell us 150, and next time they're bringing us change orders of 500,000 and so forth. So
I will make sure that we don't have that.
Well, you're the ones that are doing the job, so yes, if you want to speak, go ahead.
No, just again, this is for, to get an engineer to do the plans and specs. Once they are finalized, I will be coming before City Council to request for them to be advertised, and then we go through the processing of the construction phase. And
Alright.
again, it's under this is staff recommendation, but ultimately, it's the direction of the city council. If you don't wish to approve the recommendation of staff, you're more than welcome to choose the lowest proposal received as well.
As I mentioned, Ms. Palomari, I want those streets to get fixed. I just said it today. I just wanted an explanation as to why the second bidder was selected, and I'm willing to, I mean, if she has no further questions, I'm willing to approve it with the stipulation that there will be no change orders.
Yeah, so $60,000, close to $60,000 is a very significant amount difference for an engineering services where you're only looking for them to pretty much put an RFP together for us so that we can take it out for bid. So I understand that there's a service issue, and for those that don't know what an RFP is, it's a request for proposal for our citizens. So what this does is that they do a study, and then, they put together a packet that goes out to any vendor, any contractor that wants to bid on that project, on the repairs of those streets. I don't want to put a stop on this because I know the urgency of the streets, but $60,000 is a lot of money. So in the future, we need a very detailed explanation as to why one is way better than $60,000 better than the other. Thank you. So, motion to approve?
I motion to approve with the stipulation that there will be no change orders.
I second that. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, item number 18, approval of side letter to the Calexico Firefighters Association Memorandum of Understanding for the period of July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025, and retroactive to January 2nd, 2003 to address and ensure compliance with an internal audit finding identified by the CalPERS Office of Audit Services.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council, this, like two other actions you took last week or last meeting, is the earlier agreement included provisions for incentives and base pay. They were not carried forward, that exact language, in the next generation of that agreement. So that was a deficiency that PERS noticed, was that language they want to see in the agreement that governs the period including today. So it is no change in terms of the agreement. It's just a side letter acknowledging that the language which was in the earlier agreement is recognized for this as well. So we know how to write these next time. So our recommendation would be to approve it. It will bring to within two agreements of solving this CalPERS issue.
Any further questions?
My only comment, and thank you for fixing the discrepancy. There's many to come, and hopefully we can get them all taken care of with this CalPERS matter. My only question was, well, I understood that they still got paid, correct? Our
Yes.
firefighters?
Yes.
And the reason why is because we're having problems keeping our firefighters here in Calexico. They're going to our neighboring cities because the grass is greener over there. And I want to make sure that if they negotiate something, they actually get it and get paid for it when we ratify the agreements with them.
Well, a concern arose early in my tenure out of the police department that if you remember, the POA representative was concerned that there had been increases that hadn't been reflected in their checks. So I caused a person-by-person review of all positions in the city to go back and through their history have, when a bargaining unit change was made, that it was reflected in their salary being changed. And all changes, the intent is to get those done for this pay period, and if there's any retroactive, that it will be paid in the next pay period. So we are within 2 to 3 weeks of resolving that matter. And correct me if I'm wrong, Carla.
For 3 of the POA members, we've done adjustments and corrections.
So we've killed that one.
Any further comments or questions? Okay, do I have a motion to approve? Item number 18?
I motion to approve.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay, second by Councilmember Thailenda, roll call.
Mayor Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, item number 19, approval of a side letter to the Calexico Supervisors Association Memorandum of Understanding for the period of July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2025, and retroactive to July 1st, 2022, to address and ensure compliance with an internal audit finding identified by the CalPERS Office of Audit Services.
Madam
Same
Mayor,
situation.
members of the council, same situation. It is, we need to bring forward that language from the previous agreement, put it in black and white in this agreement.
Okay, any
My
questions?
last question, Mr. Daniels, how many more discrepancies do we have left?
Well, we thought this was it until,
The next audit.
well, no, the finance director found 2 other bargaining units that we have the same problem. Now, herein lies the problem. 185 employees, and there must be 6, 7, or 8 different bargaining units, some of which only include 2 people. But yet they take as much time, and they're as complicated as one that covers 50. So one of the long-term objectives has to be on the part of the city to consolidate those collective bargaining agreements and make the benefits uniform. Because right now, they get different pay, they've received different pay adjustments, they celebrate different holidays. And you can't have an organization that some have spring break and others have Cesar Chavez Day. There needs to be consistent. And the way you do it is you start implementing what's called a Me Too clause, which says if you make a change for one, it ripples across all. So they will self-sync within one cycle of agreements. So, and it's made payroll to paycheck a very difficult process. But Carla has been going through those employee at a time.
And thank you, Carla, for, I know that you guys are working hard on this and your staff. And
It's something that
hopefully
should have
we
been
can-
corrected a long time ago.
we
Thank you,
can
Carla.
get-
Okay, no more?
I motion to approve.
Okay. Motion to approve item number 19, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Thailenda, roll call.
Mayor Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to move on to the discussion and potential action items. Item number 20 is hold a public hearing and consider adoption of a resolution adopting increases to solid waste service charges. So at this time, we are going to enter into our public hearing. Welcome to the City of Calexico public hearing on proposed increases to solid waste service rates. Before we open the public hearing, I would like to ask our city attorney to explain the requirements of Proposition 218 and the proposed adoption of the solid waste rates.
Thank you, Mayor. This public hearing complies with Proposition 218. City mailed the notice of the public hearing to property owners and tenants who pay for solid waste services for more than 45 days ago. The purpose of the public hearing is for the City Council to hear all oral comments and consider all written protests regarding the rate increases. Anyone who wants to submit a written protest must bring it to the city clerk before the close of the public hearing. Oral comments do not count as written protest, and only one protest per parcel will be counted. If written protests against the proposed rate increases are presented by a majority of the property owners or tenants of the properties receiving solid waste services, the City Council cannot adopt the rate increases. If there is no majority protest, the City Council can adopt the rate increase as proposed today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Campos. The public hearing will be conducted in the following manner. City staff will first provide a staff report relating to proposed rates. Then the public hearing will be opened, and each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to speak. And after all oral comments have been made, the public hearing will be closed. If needed, there will be a short recess to count written protests. So we'll start with staff report.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The agreement, the exclusive franchise for waste collection was negotiated in 2019, and it became effective in January 1, 2020. That exclusive franchise was awarded to then Allied Waste Transportation, which became Republic Services that we know today. That agreement included an annual increase in what is owed to the garbage hauler based on last year's consumer price index. So it's a federally published index that covers materials and supplies common to industries such as the Republic industry. Like there's some things which are more consumer oriented that are not in that. For example, the price of bread, the price of eggs. Those are in a separate, distinctly different consumer price index. This tends to focus on industrial carting or transportation related industries. So fuel plays a bigger role, liability and things like that. So the city had not processed the consumer or the rate adjustments, for the last couple of years. Even though, as I understand it, Republic had asked for it. Why? I don't know. Because it is considered wise to, if you're going to have to raise rates, that it be small rather than delay 3 years and then recapture all at once. The rates are in two different forms because there's two different classes of customers. The first is the residential customers. So all of us at our homes, there's a rate that we pay that, according to the franchise, the city sends out the bills and the city collects the money, and then from that money pays the garbage hauler and pays its own billing cost, postage, stamps, envelopes, whatever, but also the time that it takes the city to conduct that billing event. The other class of customers are commercial customers, and that is, that's obvious who they are. It's restaurants, gas stations, anybody with a business. And in those situations, Republic bills those customers directly. So they don't submit them to the city. They submit them to the customers. And when they get paid, they pay the franchise fee and all other fees mandated by law or by the franchise pays to the city. There are a lot of cities that have that same model in effect. There's distinctly a difference between the two. And that takes me to an amendment to my recommendation to council. And that is that I've become aware that there may be some problems, miscalculations in the residential rate. They go back enough to be concerned about. In order for me to recommend approval, as is, I would need to be 100% sure that this was the exact rate that it had to be to cover our cost, which is what Prop 218 requires. I can't do that right now. And I don't want to mislead. I don't want to misstate. I have the obligation to be 100% accurate. I can't do that right now on the residential rates. So what I'm going to ask the council to do is on the residential rates that we bill and collect the money and then pay Republic, that those be delayed for 45 days. I'm also recommending a process that I believe should be followed in any rate change, and that is that the city have community meetings, workshops on different days, different times, different locations in the city, to where anybody who has a question can come and talk to the people in charge and get their answers. It will better facilitate a meaningful discussion when the matter comes to the city council. Now, it's my belief that that should always occur, but it was not implemented here, so I'm going to ask for time to do those calculations, or do those community engagement opportunities. So those that have a question will have an opportunity to come and get an answer. I just think it's fair, it is reasonable, it will add 45 days to the process, but I can assure you it will be better, there will be a better result from engaging the public. As to the commercial rates, I have a different perspective, and that being that since Republic developed those rates and they bill those themselves and then pay the city, that and the review we've done of their work on that gives me considerably more assurance that it was done properly. So I feel very confident that I can ethically and honestly report to you that those are the rates that should be implemented. Now, when you enter into a 10, 20, 30-year agreement with someone, and you agree to terms and conditions, they should be good. You should honor those. There is nothing that Republic has done which causes me the least bit of concern about the accuracy of these. I do have a different opinion on the residential, because when the billing got to us, I have reason to believe that there are errors. And I need time, not only to meet with the public, but to correct those errors. Now, but when we go out and hold meetings with the public, I'd be prepared to talk about the commercial rates as well. And I'm going to ask Republic to attend those meetings with me. And they've indicated with a smile that they will do so. Now, so you do have the choice of accepting my recommendation, or you could kick the can down the road for 45 days for both residential and commercial. I have come to the conclusion that creates an unnecessary harm to the garbage collector who has not had the contract specified cost adjustments for the last 2 years. It's an entirely different situation, and I hope I've explained and created a distinction, but I feel very comfortable with the commercial rates, not so with the residential. And I'd love to be proven wrong, but my intuition is telling me something different. So, you've got my recommendation, would be to finish the public hearing, create a marker in time, because anybody who objects to the rates needs to file a written objection with the city clerk by the end of that public hearing. And even if less than 50% object, which automatically kills the rates, if less than 50, that doesn't automatically kill them, but you have the ability to reject them. But you will at least have an indication of public sentiment on the rates. Now, nobody wants a rate increase. I don't care if it's at the gas pump, at the egg stand, wherever. This is inflation. But I'm convinced that the garbage hauler incurred those increased costs. And by not granting it, you can expect that when it comes back, that it's whatever rate there is today is going to increase, because they're going to have to recover the money that's lost in the interim. So, and maybe it's only 2 cents, maybe it's 6 cents, but they will have to recoup those costs, and those costs are allowable by the franchise. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Well, we're going to go to public comment, and then when we bring it back to the council, if they have any questions, and then please help us answer them there. So we're not going to listen to the staff from Republic Services before we go to
Well, I have asked them to be here tonight because one of the questions that counselors were asking me, and some members of the public, including those businesses downtown, is that the 2019 agreement included some special services aimed at downtown. We've spent a lot of time dealing with trash and the alleys and the dirty sidewalks and they have an obligation in that franchise to do certain things. And I wanted to make sure they had an opportunity to explain how they have complied with those obligations. So with that.
I definitely have questions. If there's somebody here to answer them, I would appreciate it.
It's all about making complexity seem so.
Mayor, council members, staff. Questions about the alleys?
Well, I do have, I guess it's mainly the services that we're supposed to get in return for having to, you know, do all the collection of the fees and having to eat the loss of anybody that leaves their residence without paying their trash bill. We've been talking about us having to fix decisions from the past, and I'll be very honest with you. We feel that this agreement was very one-sided, so we're definitely going to at least try to, especially because it's for 30 years. So every 10 years, the only one that has an option has a say if they want to renew or not is Republic Services, not the city. So if we don't agree with these rate increases, we can't come 10 years after the contract ends and says we're going to look somewhere else, because we're bound to the same vendor for 3 consecutive 10-year terms. So part of the things that I'd been reading, one of them, and it wasn't the contract itself, but it was a press release that came out many years back when this was agreed upon. And it says that under the new contract, Republic would provide downtown cleaning services, such as pressure washing sidewalks for 4 hours a day, Monday through Fridays, at no additional cost to the city. Also, Republic would provide and operate 2 street sweepers and 1 backup street sweeper to sweep downtown every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, as well as both sides of every city street outside of downtown twice a month. So we haven't seen that. We've gotten so many complaints from downtown, you know, visitors, it's filthy. So, and the contract was supposed to be in effect in 2020, and we're in 2025. So I would like to know why that didn't happen in the last 5 years.
So according to the contract on Exhibit 10, so I know it mentioned on the press the pressure washing, but the pressure washing wasn't part of the requirement. So we do provide an employee, a dedicated employee, every day. He starts around 5:30 in the morning. He does dedicate 4 hours, and in addition, we also, depending on the condition of how much dumping there is in the downtown area, is we provide a second employee. And we do that on a daily basis. And then we also send 2 trucks out to dump, mainly along the main alley between First and Second and Heffernan and Rockwood is where we have the main issue. As far as overflowing is, we are working with code enforcement as far as businesses that don't have, we have several businesses that don't have active service currently. So we have an overflow of illegal dumping in that area. So we continue to work with code enforcement and reporting who doesn't have service. And I mean, we can continue. We have some ideas that we can present. We still have to sit down and kind of discuss what it's going to look like to ensure that everybody downtown does have service. And I think that's one of the issues we're having the most, where not everybody has the adequate service. But we are exchanging the containers if they're graffitied, if they're burnt. We have several burnt containers as well. I mean, the homeless population has been an issue for us as well, as, you know, it is a safety concern for our drivers as well, as, you know, sometimes they're sleeping in the containers and, you know, we've had to pull them out. So I think our dedicated employee, he's been there for 3 years now, and I think he's done a great job in trying to, you know, keep it clean. But we'll continue, you know, to work on that. But as far as the pressure washing, I don't, that wasn't part of that Exhibit 10 there.
So I guess that was the answer that the city manager back in the time had given the reporter. So apparently he assumed that that was included in the agreement. Maybe he didn't read it and it wasn't part of it, but that's one of the items that I really want to look into, have the opportunity to look into. And the other one is that the fact that you guys were going to pay for a contract administrator employed by the city, so because since we're pretty much doing the administration of the collection of the fees and the payments of the fees. And nobody seems to know who that person is.
So what we do is, 60, correct me if I'm wrong, 60,000 for code enforcement to ensure the businesses have recycling trash services for the downtown area.
But but I'm talking about a contract administrator that was in the, what is right there?
So, Mayor Peter Sarenberg, I'm the general manager for Republic. I was here when we negotiated that contract. And so the concern was the downtown area, right, with the trash and this continuing of a problem. So what we worked with the city is, although we didn't fund a full position, we funded $60,000, and that was to go towards code enforcement. So business license can be enforced, trash and recycling can be enforced as well. And if I could add a little color to this, the cleaning of the alleys, where that came about is, at the time, our manager out here, her mountain was working with Public Works, and they wanted to wash the alleys. And so what we did is we agreed to bring in a driver at 12 o'clock at night. And so we brought in one of our drivers. He had to take off the day before, early in the day, and he would show up at 12 o'clock at night, and he moved all the containers out. City staff came in, washed the alleys clean. We put the containers back in, and we did that. So by the time morning came around, it was clean and done. So we were doing that on like a quarterly basis. So I think there may have been some confusion on how that worked, but we were cooperating with staff to make that happen. And I don't know if we're still doing that as often.
It's as needed as they call it in the past.
But we'd be happy to continue to have that person come in, in the evening to do that, early morning.
You know, you mentioned that it's being done every day, 4 hours a day. We don't see that. It's a mess. We walked around during the morning hours. The alleyways are really bad. I mean, it's filthy. It's dirty. I don't see that.
We'll have you document with pictures if you'd like. What we generally do is we come through the alleys with our truck. We have our driver ahead of them. Because what happens is the containers are overfull. There's trash on the ground. So he tries to get a couple containers empty. Our driver picks it up, puts it back in the container. We re-empty it. And so when we come through the alleys, they should be clean. The trash off the ground. I can't speak to stuff that's not around the containers, but we're going to clean up around the containers, and the containers should be empty when we leave. Now, not every container goes every day, so that poses a little bit of a problem. You can have an overfull container, right? And there's no pickup that day for that container. And so as people fill it throughout the day, it's going to probably go on the ground. And that's part of the problem we run into, is there's inadequate service for the businesses that are there. But we certainly can, I'll make sure we're, starting to document and look at, get you more information so you're comfortable with it. But we have that dedicated employee that's here every morning. He works with the driver.
So you said the $60,000 was specifically for code enforcement officer?
Well, it was given to the city. That was what it was. We provide to the city that check each January, along with some other road impact fees. There's several checks we provide to the city. What the city does with that, the intention was to help fund a code enforcement person to really get those business licenses and make sure the correct service levels.
Okay, does anybody have any questions?
Do we have some sort of schedule where you are providing these services, and does any city employee have access to that schedule so that we can kind of check that this is happening? I'm not doubting your word, but I just,
Yeah, so what we have is our routes now are on tablets. So our driver has a tablet and tells them which stop to pick up. We can provide our routes and who's going on what days of the week. We can certainly provide that to staff, no problem. It's a simple form because we have it. That's how we pick up trash every day. So as he comes through the alley, we even put the names on the container so we know whose container we're picking up. We get the right one. So he has that route, and that's how he runs it. So we can provide routes, no problem.
I think it would be a good idea to have like a schedule, if that could be provided to the city and the individual in case we need to contact them, any city employee for whatever reason or emergency reasons. I don't know if that could be arranged.
You mean the schedule for a collection?
Yes, or the schedule of when you guys are actually cleaning.
Oh, we can track it out easily enough. Yeah, that's very simple.
Thank you.
Well, Good evening and welcome to Calexico. My only question is, my understanding is that these increases were supposed to have been addressed like 2 or 3 years ago. Because none of us were here, and this is a different watch. So my question is, do you know why these increases were never brought up to the city council that was here, sitting here at that point? And why now we want to put all this burden on our citizens for
So-
that extra pay that wasn't addressed 2 or 3 years ago?
So when we originally did the rate increase in, it was January of 2023, right? We were asked to, we have to give 30 days notice because it came so late, the approval. We weren't able to give 30 days notice, so we pushed it off to February and we did the increases. So February and March of that first year, the rate increases went through. In April, we got a call from the city attorney. The city attorney, I guess you're Joanna, does she work with you? Okay, yeah, so Joanna said, hey, we have a problem. I don't think Prop 218 was done in 2019 when this contract was written. And we have to do Prop 218 before we can increase rates. So we rolled our rates back. It got put on hold. At that point, because of what probably transpired to the city and some issues we're having, the city did not get the Prop 218 notification out in a timely manner. We went to the second year. It didn't happen again, and so then we did the notifications last time. We said, hey, we'll take it over. So we did the notification. We got that sent out, and that's why we're here today. I can't tell you this though. For the rates for residential, the increase is only, I want to say 76 cents, which is 3%. And so pretty minor amount there. On the commercial, it is higher. And what we've done is we've said, hey, the revenue we should have received that we're not receiving, instead of taking that now, we'll take it over between now and the term of the contract. So what we missed out on, we're collecting between now and the end of the contract. So that goes out to 2030. And just to be clear on the contract extensions, it is the city's prerogative to do that. It's not us. It's clearly written that the city can choose to extend a contract or not extend a contract. It's not Republic Services that gets to make that decision.
So that is stipulated in the agreement?
It is.
Okay.
It
So
is.
we have that option too, to not renew if we wouldn't want to renew
Correct.
once in
Yeah, so
this
18
ends.
months before the end of the agreement, we need to approach you and tell you if we want to extend it. At that point, it's your choice to extend or not extend.
Okay.
So all we do is, we can say, hey, we'd like to, or no, we don't want to.
Okay.
And Mayor, that is correct. There's a potential 2 5-year options. However, they can request it, but ultimately it would be the city's council discretion whether or not to grant any of those extensions.
Okay. It's good to know I'd received some incorrect information then, thank you. But yes, we would like to, and we'll get with the city manager on how you guys can renew that service of cleaning up the alleys, because, you know, it does, that's where a lot of that smell is coming from that we want to get rid of. So if we can get that back on the schedules, but we'll figure that out with the city manager. Okay, if nobody else has any questions for Republic Services staff, then we'll take public comment. Thank you, sir. I already opened it. It's already open. Let me see. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. We will now open the public hearing. We will hear from anyone who wishes to speak. Madam Clerk.
Liliana Hernández. Berta Carreño.
While she comes up, I'd like to motion to extend the time. Do I have a second?
A second.
Roll call.
Mayor Noricumbo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi.
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda.
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Carreño.
Ok, buenas noches, señores del concilio, buenas noches a los pocos residentes que quedan aquí. En primer lugar quisiera decir que me impresionó al principio cuando mandaron ese flyer con el recibo del agua, indicando que iba a haber una audiencia pública para discutir el asunto de la basura. Sin embargo, eso fue mandado hace como 2 meses y ahorita ya nadie se acuerda de dónde dejó ese flyer. Entonces, yo sí me acordaba que iba a ser en estas fechas. Estuve preguntando por todas partes quién tenía ese flyer. Nadie lo tenía. No hay ninguna publicación en la página de la ciudad, en los public announcements. No hay ningún flyer en ninguno de los boards de la biblioteca, del community center o de otros lugares de la ciudad. No hay ninguna forma de que el pueblo, de que los ciudadanos se hayan dado cuenta de que esto iba a pasar. Ese es punto número 1. Punto número 2, la audiencia, se cita una audiencia pública y se pone este asunto casi al final de la pública. Miren cuánta gente queda. ¿Qué clase de audiencia pública es esta? ¿Dónde está la gente? ¿Dónde están los que tienen que escuchar lo que se tiene que hablar aquí? No están porque es tarde, porque ya están cansados, porque ya se fueron a sus casas. Entonces, creo que también esa es una forma muy conveniente de programar los asuntos que se tienen que discutir con la ciudadanía. Punto número 3. En la agenda está mencionándose que la protesta debe ser en escrito, que esta es la audiencia pública y aquí es donde se deben entregar las protestas. Nadie sabía que tenía que hacerlo por escrito. Nadie sabía que tenía que presentarse antes del final de esta junta. ¿Cómo? ¿Hay gente que está inconforme? Claro, la gente nada más escucha la palabra aumento y se molesta y se preocupa porque la situación económica no es la mejor. Estamos pasando por situaciones muy, muy difíciles y ustedes saben todas estas historias que circulan por las redes sociales acerca de cambios al seguro social y de la gente. Ustedes saben que la mayoría de la gente en esta ciudad sobrevive con seguro social y cualquier aumento a sus servicios es un impacto en su cheque, es un impacto en sus gastos. Entonces la palabra aumento sí les causa mucho temor, les causa mucha zozobra y no, ¿cómo podemos ayudarlas a esas personas a que puedan protestar de una forma correcta si ni siquiera tenemos el tiempo para hacerlo? Por eso quisiera recomendarles que en el futuro estas cosas se hagan un poquito más accesibles a la información general. Gracias.
Okay, thank you.
June Kim.
Congratulations for not to having much citizens here. She's well speak, and I think this council has to think about how we're going to conduct the meeting. You guys has authority, but at the same time, you guys serve the community, not bring the community to serve you guys. And I really appreciate what the city manager was mentioning about he's not agreeing with the rate. This company historically has tricked to get the job. When the city conducting the trash, city made the money, and people was happy. When this company got the contract, they put the 2 pickups and they got the contract. So later, about 2-3 years later, there's no more 2 pickups. 1 pickups a week. They make huge of the saving the money from the laborers, salaries. And then when I was a mayor, this company approached me 2 times to say raise the water, raise rate. I said no, you guys had the contract, we stay with the contract. I told them you guys saved a lot of money, whatever you guys miscalculated, whatever, doesn't really matter. You guys had so much benefit already, And now you guys gonna be lower the price because you guys have to pick up the one? You didn't lower the price. And after that, city give the contract to this company, sweeping the street twice a month. When? They did little, and last year was very bad, before the election was very bad. We never seen the sweeping around. And a few days ago, when it rains, the leaves on the street and the trash trucks, they just leave the water and leaves leave there and just not to sweeping. My wife was laughing. What is the sweeping? They not to pick up the trash from the street. And downtown, you guys send your employees, city employees, why so much dirty? When they pick up the when they pick up to the dump to their own trucks, they have trash come out, and they don't care. They just leave. Right now, it's a little working harder, and I see them do movements more cleaner because the rate increase. After done, they got the rate they want, they go back to usual.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Miriam Ortega.
Buenas noches, Miriam Ortega, 1005F Torres, aquí de Calexico. Solamente tengo una pregunta. Yo sé que nosotros los elegimos a ustedes y ustedes están para representarnos a nosotros, pero muchas de las preguntas que se hacen, ¿qué no se supone que los empleados de la ciudad deberían de responderles? Como por ejemplo, ¿a qué horas se supone que van y lavan los de Republic las calles? ¿Qué no se supondría que la ciudad tendría que saber, la ciudad, los empleados de la ciudad, no ustedes, los empleados de la ciudad, saber qué empleado está a cargo de eso? Porque cuando se hicieron contratos, había otras personas, otros miembros del concilio, pero los empleados de la ciudad, ¿sí siguen siendo los mismos o son diferentes? Es una pregunta nada más, porque la verdad desconozco. Me imagino que eso sí debe de estar en papel, ese tipo de cosas, ¿verdad? Como por ejemplo lo que se hizo o se dejó de hacer en los parques, lo que se hizo mal. Sé que es cosa del concilio, los miembros del concilio, quienes aprobaron y no aprobaron, pero quienes sí estaban aquí son los empleados de la ciudad. Y yo me imagino que esos sí saben qué fue lo que pasó, ¿verdad? Porque al final del día muchos de ellos siguen siendo gente de aquí, de la ciudad de Calexico, ¿verdad? Algunos no vivirán aquí, pero algunos sí. Entonces, esto se va haciendo nada más una bola, y una bola de que te dijo, te dije, me dijiste, y al final del día los únicos que quedan con un dolor de cabeza son los que están ahí. Yo nada más pregunto, ¿verdad? Alguien debe de saber, alguien que sí tiene muchísimo tiempo aquí, debe de saber qué se hizo bien, qué se hizo mal y por qué se tomaron las decisiones. Simplemente ustedes tienen que ir con las personas correctas a preguntar, porque de que lo saben, lo saben. Gracias.
Okay, thank you.
No more public comments.
Okay. Seeing no others who wish to speak, I am prepared to close the public hearing. Is there anyone else who wishes to submit a written protest? Okay. The public hearing is now closed. At this time, I would like to ask the city clerk whether we need a break to count the written protests.
No, no break is needed.
Okay. I would like to ask the city clerk to provide the city council with the results for all valid written protests submitted before to the close of the public hearing.
Prior to the close of the public hearing, we received a total of 96 written protest letters regarding the rates for the solid waste service charges. A majority of the property owners or tenants of the parcels receiving solid waste service would equal 2,608. A majority protest does not exist to the proposed rates for the solid waste collection service fee.
Okay, the city clerk has advised us that a majority protest does not exist. The city council may now proceed to consider the proposed resolution to adopt the increases to the city's solid waste service fees. As a reminder, the time for public comment has ended and the city council will not engage directly with any individual customer or member of the public. Do any members of the city council wish to speak or call on staff for any clarification with respect to the proposed rate increases? Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi, would you like to speak?
I'd like to admit, I'll do it while I do my motion.
Okay, Councilmember Talenda.
So in the agenda item, the entire contract wasn't included for review, only the sections that pertain to the proposed CPI increase. So with that said, I think that there's information that not only wasn't made available to the council, but also to the general public. And one of the items that was asked to the Republic staff was about the cleaning that's supposed to be done. It is in fact in that contract on page 93, not just in the press release, but it is in the contract. And so I know we all drive downtown every day. I know the chief drives downtown every day. I haven't run into seeing, any pressure washing going on yet, but I think that's some information that before proceeding with a decision, we'd need to have available not only for ourselves but for the public in a updated agenda item. So even just for the commercial, so I take the recommendation from the city manager, but I also do have questions regarding the commercial aspects that are they being met as per outlined in the contract? Because there's a lot of questions going on, and it's kind of like, is it happening? Is it not happening? And what does the contract say? Given that, yes, this is just exclusive to the CPI, we're bound to the contract, but it's always the time to ask the question. So I do feel like I don't have all the information to feel comfortable to even make a decision on the commercial, apart from the residential. So if we could have a little bit more time and get that information to review, I would appreciate that.
Okay, Councilmember Marquez. No, after we're done, yeah. Or
I would like to table this item for further discussion. I think we don't have enough information. I agree, and listening to this, our concerns, I think that's how we should move forward.
okay, Councilmember Calderon.
Well, this contract is confusing to say the least. There's a lot of information that us are not aware of, I think the city manager's on dot where he needs to look at it, he needs to review it, and ensure that the next contract that we do approve is for the benefit of our citizens. And like one of the ladies that was here earlier, even to raise these fees by $7 and so forth, we have a lot of citizens that live check by check. Not only that, they also got informed that the IID is also increasing the rate. So we need to do due diligence, and I believe that I am supporting Ms. Marquez that we should table it, but bring it back as soon as possible with a solution so we can get it right. And I think I have the trust that Mr. Daniels will get to the bottom of this, among other 20 things that we have in this city. But what I want is to have something concrete and the best for our citizens of Calexico.
Okay, thank you.
You want a motion?
So,
are we motioning?
well, we're still talking, yeah. So, you mentioned the IID, and the city of Calexico adopted a resolution when they were trying to increase their rate. So we need to be consistent with our word, and not just expect other organizations to educate the public, to have workshops in right days and right times, not just one, because like I said, or like you said, members of the public and other council members, whether it be 5 cents, 10 cents, you know, people need to understand why they're looking to increase their rate, get buy-in if that's the right word to use, but they also need to understand that the agreement, and by the agreement, like Councilmember Thailenda said, not being there, the public didn't have an opportunity to read it and to understand it, because we have a very involved community in Calexico, and they do read the items. I understand that was a city, the city should have included that there, but we definitely need to have at least 1 or 2 workshops in different times, maybe one in the weekday and one in the weekend for those that don't come, and or that aren't able to come on weekdays, but at least 2, but quickly, because we also, you know, have a obligation with Republic Services. So we, that's what my what I would like to request, and it's part of your recommendation as well. But we also need to put the agreement out, and we need to notify people, because like I said, we need to be consistent with what we ask others to do, and we need to, you know, lead by example. Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi.
I'd like to make the motion to table this, and the reasons why is like what we've all said. Also, the city manager had made 2 comments. The residential portion is a problem, and it should be okay for the commercial. I don't like that word should. I want it to be, it is okay for commercial, and hopefully with our next town hall meeting, we will hear that it is okay with the commercial portion of it. Also, we need to show transparency, and like some young lady came up here and said that this is too late. We need to do this. If we're going to have a town hall meeting, it has to be done during the reasonable hours, not at close to 10 o'clock. So if we're making the motion, I make the motion to table it.
Well, just one comment. Since we did go to the public hearing process, we did the notices, 45 days, we held it, we have the ballots. My recommendation, if you want to be able to act on this one way or another at a future date, I would recommend a continuance. That way you can still bring back the item, and at that point you can reconsider or not, but at least we won't have to do the public hearing notices again and do the public hearing. We can bring back this item in, I don't know.
Yeah, you're talking about tabling the decision. The public hearing has been held.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we've complied with that portion of the
Correct. So we'll
request.
continue.
Yeah,
just
continuance before we make a
Right.
decision.
Well, and I can tell you right now that at $5 o'clock a week from today, I would hold a community workshop in this room.
I would like to have 2 next week, just so you know, a lot of people are on vacation for Easter.
Oh.
So I want to make sure that we are doing it at a time when people will be in town.
Well, and that, so I would agree that the 30th then, 2 weeks from today, here, 5 o'clock.
So if we do that, maybe on a Wednesday, and maybe have another one on a Saturday?
In this case, we need to go to the public.
Right.
So we need to find, now, I don't know, there might be people that have Wednesday commitments. You know, I want to make it as easy as possible. So If it was Saturday, I would aim for like 10 o'clock in the morning, the 3rd.
Yeah, I think if they're back to back, if you do it on Wednesday and then on Saturday, that way we're not prolonging it either because it needs to be, you know,
Yeah.
decided on. But we definitely don't want to do anything before we listen to the public.
And then I could report to you at your May 7th agenda, if that schedule fits. I don't want to rush, and I don't want to drag it out either, so.
Talk about the dates and times later, because I know that we have a SCAG meeting that's coming up, and we have others out of town.
Oh, that's good.
So we're not going to be voting though. So if whether you're here or not, we can still hold a workshop. So we just don't need to prolong it that long. So 30th and the 3rd is what you're looking at?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's.
Can we have one on the west side and the east side?
Yeah, we can do
Yeah.
one.
Sure.
One on the west side, one on the east side, so we'll figure the location out. So for now, do we need to take a vote on the date, or is that just at the discretion of
If the consensus, could just bring it back once we have these workshops and once we verify the numbers that the city manager was talking about, we'll bring it back to the council for consideration.
Okay,
So I
sounds
think we
good.
can get that direction.
Can you just repeat the motion, please?
Well, the motion is to continue with this item, so no action is going to be taken right now. We're going to continue, and do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi. Roll call.
Let me just get this straight. So the motion was made by you, Mayor?
To continue, yeah, we had other
Got it.
motions to table, but that wasn't
Got it.
the
Seconded
proper
by Mayor
thing
Pro
to
Tem
do.
Legaspi. Got
I
it.
think
Mayor
city-
Noricumbo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi?
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Okay, so item number 21, resolution of the City Council of the City of Calexico summarily vacating a portion of Heffernan Avenue and authorizing the city manager to execute a purchase and sale agreement and quit claim said portion of Heffernan Avenue to the United States of America General Services Administration for the temporary pedestrian processing facility of the Calexico Westland Port of Entry expansion and reconfiguration project.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I've spent a lot of time on garbage in the last week. I would ask Michael Coyne to carry the staff report burden.
I have prepared a PowerPoint for you.
And he also has some good news on some other things.
So good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of council. This item is a request to summarily vacate a portion of Heffernan Avenue and authorize its sale to the federal government. As you'll recall, the General Services Administration previously sought an agreement with the city in the form of a grant of temporary exclusive easement for temporary use of city property. This would be to support the temporary pedestrian processing facility while construction of the new permanent pedestrian processing facility is completed. The new facility will be beneficial to the city as it would double the processing capacity at our downtown port of entry. Currently, there are 6 lanes. It would be expanded to 12 lanes, which could potentially reduce queues and wait times into our downtown, which could potentially help support our downtown merchants, as many of those pedestrians crossing are from Mexicali, and they're Mexicali shoppers in our downtown. On February 5th, the City Council authorized the City Manager to execute the easement with GSA However, due to difficulty in providing liability protection to the city, both for construction and operations of the temporary pedestrian facility, the GSA has come to a determination that the only path forward to ensure that their project stays on track with their construction timeline is to purchase the property from the city. As such, GSA has proposed that the city vacate and quitclaim the approximately 11,400 square foot portion of Heffernan Avenue, which is the hatched area shown in this plot map. I'd like to point out that the GSA currently owns a portion of that road and they use it for parking. In turn, GSA, upon removal of the temporary pedestrian facility, would complete hardscape and landscape improvements to the subject purchase area and ensure its long-term oversight and maintenance as shown in this exhibit. The improvements would result in a small pedestrian plaza with space for public art as shown in this exhibit. The GSA would continue to maintain its parking along the old U.S. Customs House building, and they've indicated that they would repurpose that building for their Trusted Traveler program and as their main enrollment center. And so they would use those parking spaces for that purpose. And they've also indicated that they'd allow the city to participate in a public art installation at this new public plaza. Timing is interesting with this project. The GSA has communicated to staff that there's the potential for modification or wholesale cancellation of the project by the new administration. As such, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the attached resolution summarily vacating the portion of Heffernan Avenue as shown in the resolution Exhibit A, the plat map, and authorizing the city manager to execute a purchase and sell agreement and quitclaim the subject portion of Heffernan Avenue to the United States of America. And that concludes staff presentation. Unfortunately, due to budgetary constraints, GSA staff were not able to attend tonight. But I'm glad to answer any questions.
What do you mean they don't have money? Okay. Item number 21, do I have a motion to approve? Or do I have any, I'm sorry, public comment? Okay. Do I have?
So moved.
All right, second?
Second.
Roll call?
Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon,
Yes.
motion passes.
Item 22, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Calexico authorizing submission of the general plan and housing element annual progress reports for calendar year 2024 to the California Office of Planning and Research and Department of Housing and Community Development.
I have a brief PowerPoint presentation as well. So tonight's item for your consideration are the annual progress reports for general plan and housing element implementation for calendar year 2024. The annual APRs, as they're known, are prepared pursuant to the California Government Code Section 65400 and the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development, otherwise known as HCD regulations. State law requires these reports be provided annually to the City Council, HCD, and the State of California Office of Planning and Research. The reports are used by OPR, the Office of Planning and Research, and HCD to assist with state-level decision-making and to ensure the city's housing element is in compliance with state law. Currently, we don't have a certified housing element, but we're working toward it, and one of the main requirements is that we do continue to provide these annually, even without a certified element, in order to achieve certification. This slide before you outlines the general plan annual progress report. The 2024 general plan annual progress report has been prepared and consists of 4 sections: the introduction, demographics, general plan goals and objectives, and progress in meeting general plan goals and objectives. The 4 sections are summarized in this slide. The introduction section includes the city's organizational chart, community profile, and mission statement. The demographic sections includes data and exhibits regarding population, housing, and other characteristics. The general plan goals and objectives section introduces the purpose of the general plan and the required elements pursuant to state law. It also outlines the city's adopted general plan elements and all associated goals, objectives, and policies found within said general plan elements. And finally, the progress in meeting general plan goals and objectives section outlines how each city department is implementing the general plan through department missions and goals and objectives that align with policies of the general plan. Here are 2 excerpts from that general plan annual report. It's a snapshot of our community, and it provides some demographic information, including our median household income, which is about $50,000 per household, and also it's interesting that today is the presentation of this report. It shows our city incorporation as well, our size, and also the most recent population figure as reported by the Department of Finance, number of miles of roads, and our registered voter population. And then, although a component of the general plan, state law requires a separate housing element report. This report has been prepared using forms and definitions adopted by HCD. The report consists of 14 tables. Those tables were provided using format from HCD, some of which include 70 columns. So a common observation is that they're difficult to discern, and hence this report, the staff report, so that we digest the information for you from those tables and report it. So this table right here, it reports the building permits issued by affordability and calendar year to demonstrate the city's progress in meeting our share of the regional housing need, which is the regional housing needs allocation. For this period, which runs from October 15, 2021 to October 15, 2029, the city has a RENA of 4,868 units. And of those, 1,279 are for very low income, 655 are for low income, 614 are for moderate income, and 2,320 are for above moderate income. Last calendar year, the city issued 77 permits for 77 units, 74 low income, and 3 above moderate income. In this entire period, with 4,624 units in all income categories remaining based on the city's RENA. So we're pretty short. We've only produced about 264 units in our planning period. So we're short about 4,624 units based on our RENA. This table here provides a summary of the building and entitlement activity for last calendar year. During this period, building permits were issued for a total of 80 residential units, which include permits for 6 multifamily units, 3 single-family homes, and 71 accessory dwelling units. So most of our new units were through accessory dwelling units. During this period, 83 residential units received their certificate of occupancy, including 60 units for the Remington Villas apartment project, 1 single-family home, and 22 accessory dwelling units. We also received 107 new building permit applications, most of which were also for accessory dwelling units. Unfortunately, the city did not entitle any new residential developments. That would be a larger subdivision project, for example, during last calendar year.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I know all of this is ultra important, but would you mind it if Michael, because this has been published, this has been publicly available, would you mind it if Michael very much abbreviated his presentation and to where we could move directly to decision? Or if you want to hear the full presentation, we're prepared to give it. I just want to give you the option.
I'll leave it. What does council think?
I think that we can move forward. This is very standard.
Move forward, okay. No, nobody has an issue with moving forward with the vote? Instead of, he's saying that, because it's pretty been out in public and stuff, to not go through the entire presentation.
This concludes that was my entire
Oh, that was the end?
So staff recommends the city council adopt the resolution.
Pay attention.
The city manager
Thanks,
to
Rick.
submit the APRs and general plan and housing element implications for calendar year 2024.
Okay, item number 22. Do you have a motion to approve?
Sorry,
Do you have a motion to
Motion.
approve
I
the, okay,
motion.
do I have a second?
I motion.
I second.
Okay, roll call?
Mayor Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon,
Yes.
motion passes.
Item number 23, removal and replacement of current appointee to the Community Services Commission with a new appointment to the same commission. Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi?
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and remove Mr. Jesus Solano and replace him with Cristina M. Rojas for the Community Service Commission.
Okay, thank you. We don't need to vote on anything there. Item number 24, appointment by mayor and council members to the following commissions, boards, committees. Community Services Commission, Police Advisory, Traffic and Code Enforcement Commission, Business Improvement District, Economic Development Financial Advisory Commission, Library Board of Trustees, Personnel Commission, Sales Tax Citizen Advisory Committee, Measure H. Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi, we'll start with you, and what we'll do is any commission that you have not already appointed, and you would like to appoint someone at this time, please name the commission and the person.
Yes, Madam Mayor. For the Business Improvement District, I would like to appoint Robert Netty. For the Library Board of Trustees, Ms. Stacy Yvette Holguin. For the Economic Development Financial Advisory Committee, Carla Ibarra. For the I'm sorry?
She said that was her appointee.
Oh.
Well, she wanted to appoint her.
No, I have requested her to
Oh, she asked her to apply.
Oh.
Do you want to disappoint her and unappoint her? Okay, so,
Oh, and for the Personnel Commission, I don't have. I'm sorry.
I was gonna appoint her too, just so you know.
I think
Okay.
Lencha was also going to point. No, I'm just. For the Personnel Commission, I don't have any, and for the Sales Tax Citizens Advisory, Measure H, Claudia D. Carrillo.
Okay, Councilmember Thailenda?
For Community Service Commission, I was going to appoint Cristina M. Rojas.
But he just appointed her.
Oh, I didn't hear you, sorry. I did.
Yeah, he's taking all of them.
What the heck? That's all I wanted to catch. All right,
Not even calling me, so.
Next time we'll go that way.
yeah. Okay, well then I'm gonna have to come back to that one. Can we get that on the next agenda?
Yeah, we're gonna keep putting
Okay.
them on until we
Yeah,
fill 'em
because
up.
for my police advisory, traffic and code enforcement, the individual I'd like to appoint has to fill out the application and get vetted. Also for the business improvement, next one, for library board of trustees, Erica Castro. And For the Economic Development Financial Advisory Commission, I'm gonna have to come back to that, as well as the personnel and the sales tax. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, Councilmember.
There's mental illness.
Councilmember Marquez, are you going to point?
For Library Board of Trustees, Roxana Pacheco, and I'm still waiting on the other ones. Hopefully, Mr. Legaspi doesn't take them.
Councilmember Calderon.
We'll start from you.
I think I have all of them. Tonight, I'd like to, for Sales Tax Citizens Advisory Committee, Ana Corona Vizcarra.
Is that Ms. Rage?
Yes. That's the only one that, and I'm looking for one for the library.
Okay.
That's the only one I have.
Okay, I'm gonna interview a couple of people. I'm still missing Library Board of Trustees, Financial Advisory. She got napped. Personnel Commission. I'm gonna interview the people there. So that's all we have on that item. Okay. Now the final item, number 25, approval of letter of support opposing Governor Newsom's proposed budget cuts to the California State University, SCSU, and the University of California, UC system.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, this is akin to a letter that was sent encouraging the expansion of the nursing program recently. This is a letter which expresses an opinion of the council and requires council to authorize its sending. Now, I'm going to also add to that, there is another request there intending to make that is going to need action before the 7th of May, and I will circulate that to you, and I'm asking you to, I may have to come back to you and ask for forgiveness rather than permission, but it will be only taken if it's so obvious, which I believe it will be. But this one is ready to go by the book.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve? Item number 25. Second?
Second.
Roll call?
Mayor Noricumbo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi?
Yes.
Councilmember Thailenda?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, future agenda items. Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi.
Future items. Okay. The business license, I had asked that at the last council meeting. I'd like a progress report, Mr. Coyne. I know that you guys were both working on it. Business license, how are we going there?
Issued 35 citations, fines to those without business licenses.
Okay, good. Also, I know that we've got some, I know Mr. Calderon was talking about the issues with some trees. You know, fire season's coming, the summer's, you know, creeping up on us, and we need to clear those bushes over there off of Highway 98 between Rivera and Bowker. If we can have that done, I don't.
Yeah, so we have an existing contract with fire prevention services, so they go and do our brush and weed abatement when the property owner is non-compliant. So if we get to a non-compliant status with them and they're not obeying our orders, then we'll get FPS to go out there and conduct the work.
Also, the Chamber of Commerce, are we shutting that down, or are we, the building, are we cleaning it? Are we still cleaning the building?
I'm not sure what the status of that is.
We'll know by the next meeting, and I'll agendize it.
Okay, that's it.
Or I'll know tomorrow.
Councilmember Thailenda.
I just want to remind all of us of some items that I was told would be in May, the business license review, the fees.
Yeah, the second meeting.
right? But, so fees for business licenses, that's finance department, but, impact fees, building permits,
Yeah, all the
planning
entitlements,
fees, yeah, okay.
engineering fees, during a survey.
Yeah, are we gonna have a workshop on it before?
No.
No, just to get the impact, I mean, the input from the public and the contractors and the
Yeah,
residents?
and looking at the median compared to all the surrounding jurisdictions.
But will we have a workshop before it comes
If
to
you'd
us?
like a workshop.
Yeah, I would. I did request that we do something like that, to compare. Okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember Marquez?
I would like to go back to what Oscar Pesquita came and mentioned to us about two positions in the fire department that are not filled. I would also like a report to see what it is that we can do in order to attract, obviously within reason, firefighters and EMTs. And also, you know, thinking outside of the box of how we can be creative, and you know, I think it's something that our community really, really needs. Our safety is something that I want to make sure that we're protecting. Also, are we having a town hall meeting for the Cordova Park, or is that not?
I'm gonna finish the report, get it to you, and then I will schedule then. The only reason I feel uncomfortable is I'm pushing a rock uphill. And
Right.
I believe I can get it done, but I don't want to schedule it until I know it's done. I want it, the date and time to be dependable.
Alrighty.
But yes, there will be a community meeting.
Okay, thank you. Also, once again, the business licenses and violations, if we can get a report on those and how we're moving about. And I would like to start being a little bit more aggressive in that respect, because I feel sometimes we're not getting the results we should. Our merchants, honest merchants, are paying their fees on time, and then we have others that owe years. So we need to kind of crack down on those, just like we would with anything else. The rerouting of the Cole Road, I want to know what can be done about it, or if it's something that's really going to be affecting our trucking companies.
We have a meeting tomorrow, in fact, tomorrow afternoon, with the Public Works Director for the county to discuss that issue, maybe rerouting traffic up to Heber or Jasper Road, and then routing it back to Highway 111. Our issues that on the west, most of our industrial areas are concentrated in the core of our city on the west side, and so truck traffic is forced to bisect the city. So we'll see how the county can help out with that.
Thank you.
But we will put that on a subsequent agenda for a report to you.
Thank you. And then also I would like to schedule, like you mentioned before, a city council workshop in reference to our priorities and making sure that we're keeping on track with what we had decided to do on the previous one.
Madam Mayor, Councilor, on the grant seeking that I talked about earlier, is that, yes? Thank
Yes.
you.
And I think it's the last item. I would like to ask the question of who is, if there is a specific person, you know, taking care of the parks. Because one of the things that I've been hearing over and over again from the citizens today, they're asking who's responsible. And I understand that we don't have the personnel that we want to have, but at the same time, we cannot let go of what we have. And if the little that we have, we should be taking care of. So, what is, once again, a scheduled maintenance of the parks? Who's taking care of the many parks that we have? And how it is that we can improve on that. Somebody mentioned 98 and Canal. It's a piece of nothingness, and yes, it looks horrible. And just recently, with Mr. Levy's legacy of trees that he was developing, I think that maybe we could reach out and get some of those trees, and in his memory, place him around Calexico. Mr. Levy was a member of our community who recently passed, and he was developing a system of reforestation, per se. So I think it would be a good idea for us to help him.
I'm looking for a home for a donated tree as well.
Okay, so, and that's all that I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Calderon.
Yes, these are just repeats. I've asked several times for these. The cannabis, report on cannabis businesses.
That'll be on your agenda, next agenda.
Thank you, sir. And the other one is the water and the wastewater, the status on that. We just had Mr. Pesqueda here, and he's right. I'm concerned too of where we're at with our water department and so forth, because I want to make sure that when we do have a fire, that there will be water in those fire hydrants. So it's important that we find out if we need to improve these water services, then so be it. I know we have the money, and we have to expedite these services to make sure that our citizens do have water, especially in the summer times where it's 118, 120. And that's all I have. And in regards to the traffic, truck traffic in down Co Road, there was actually a change order for $650,000 for thicker pavement for that area because of the truck traffic. Well, we didn't put that thicker basement or whatever, what is it, foundation. We went to a thinner one. So you know what's going to happen once it gets hot. These trucks are just going to track through those through that Co Road, and before it happens, we need to stop that. And somehow I know that some of my colleagues have spoken to Mr. Escobar, but it needs to be done right away. And like I said, there was a truck that burned last week. What if you have 3 or 4 trucks burning because they wrecked or whatever, and they're within our neighborhoods?
Or accidents.
Or accidents, yeah. So, again, if you guys can follow up on that, I appreciate it. And that's all I have.
Thank you. I also agree. I'd like to look into the 2 positions on the fire department that were brought up today, and then just kind of maybe give us a status on what's going on with that. When Tim Kelly was here, and you guys, or he mentioned, and as well as you, Mr. Daniels, the International Conference of Shopping Centers, I would like that to be on the next agenda to nominate and appoint someone to go, because that's economic development. We definitely need to bring in stores. The workshop that Councilmember Marquez asked for, that you recommended for the grants, not just grants, but also to identify, and maybe if we're all going to be together, identify where we want to prioritize repairs and stuff, street repairs, infrastructure, public infrastructure, which is what we had been talking about. I was sent a message about a property that is north of the back end of Kennedy Gardens Elementary School, and the person that brought this to my attention said that there's a property. It's a private property, and it's part of like a little industrial park. I don't know if you guys know where I'm talking about, next to Kennedy And that, is it MLK? No. Is that MLK? Okay, so there's a property there. The concern is that they recently put up a for sale sign. And this person said that that area there, when the little industrial part was developed, it was assigned to be like a little retention basin. So it was part of the original design of that area. So now the concern is that I guess many years have passed and they want to sell it. So the concern is, how are you going to sell a piece that was designated, because that's the only piece where in that area water would fall. So we just I just want to address the concern where, you know, that they're not trying to pull a fast one and sell that piece when it was supposed to be there to as part of, you know, I guess an impact agreement or something for retention. So if you can look into that. Also, by next council meeting, if we could bring back up the CFD oversight team, group, whatever we're going to call it, but we can start the process so that we can start appointing. I know this has been talked about since the beginning of the week, but I would really like to give the city, or not, I mean, I would really like to ask that within the next 48 hours, we replace the locks on the barriers at the Nosotros Park, that it doesn't go past this week because of the safety concerns we have that we brought up. So,
Madam Mayor, you're going to be happy with this news, and that is those locks were changed
by somebody else?
today.
Oh, they've already been changed?
Yes.
Perfect. And the keys, and an emergency staff needs to have the keys, emergency.
Right now, there's 2 keys.
But fire and police?
We will,
yeah.
we will, but because of the quick turnaround we did, but I heard the message.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Also on the next agenda, if we could remove I think, or we could put up for consideration to remove the mission statement reading from the agenda. You know, before the invocation, we have to read the mission statement. I think it's kind of redundant. It's already big there and out there, and our meetings are long enough. So we can take that to see if the rest of the council is in agreement. You mentioned you're going to have a staff member that's going to be doing repairs to the community center. I would like to respectfully request that once he's done with the community center, since he's got all these skills and talents to repair, that you send him over to the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
And start working and work. Obviously, the priority is the community center, but when he's done, because the Chamber of Commerce, we want. I don't think that there's, well, maybe there are repairs, but electrical and stuff. But anyway, so because we were going to do something, we were hoping that by the summer we would have the Chamber of Commerce up and ready. So we need to kind of start working on that. And last but not least, from the conversation we had with the staff from Republic Services Alley, I would request that you ask whoever needs to be asked that we start up again the cleaning up of the alleys the way that they were saying that they were doing it in the past. And also, if they are giving us that money for the code enforcer, if we're not using it for the code enforcer, we definitely need more code enforcers, so that we look to hire or figure something and use that money for that. And that's all I have.
I'll get you an accounting of what fees they pay and where they go and what they pay for. Is that my understanding that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, let us know where the money goes, and if it's not going to the code enforcer, then that's the ideal place where it should be going, I think. Oh, and one last thing, I'm very sorry, but if you can find a way to where we could have staff at least maybe once a week, I don't know if from Public Works or wherever you decide, just drive around the streets and and identify, because there's already been, it's been there for like 2 months, where people are throwing their mattresses in public areas, and there's one like on the street where Santo Tomas, what's the name of the street? Yeah, there's one there, and then there's two right behind Willie Moreno, and they've been there for 2 months. And I had already called in a sofa that had been thrown in behind Willie Moreno. So I think at some point, even if it's once a week, that they drive around just to report any big items that have been left in public spaces, because I know we can call Republic Services and they'll come and they'll pick it up.
Yes.
But if nobody's doing it, then it's gonna sit there forever.
Well, we have a lot of vehicles out in this community, so everybody should be a reporter.
Well, I know that I see it every day, and I know they've seen them, but if you could ask them to start reporting.
Got it, I understand.
Thank you. Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn? Second?
Second.
Roll call?
Mayor Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Thalinda,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Calderon. Motion passes.
Meeting adjourned at 10:32 p.m.